exactly is here, the proposed change with respect to land registration. It speaks about a register, a registrar specifically, and a slew of things. So break it down for us, the beginning. What is this?
Okay, so if we look at it from at a very high level and to explain the fundamental difference between the two systems, is that under our current system, you record a deed in the Registrar General's office. If it gets lost, you get a certified copy of the deed. The deed is recorded in the form it's presented. It's not verified. There's no one to speak to its contents, and there are no guarantees as it relates to its contents. It simply means that you put this document in, and I can give you a certified copy of the document that you can use in court. That's all that means.
Yes.
In the registered land system, there is a process of verification. And so because there's a process of verification, the law allows, or the law is saying that that certificate that's issued under this system is verified and is absolute. So unlike the current system where you just get a certified copy of a document.
And no one's verified it or its contents.
No, its contents. This system has a system under the adjudication process to verify all of the interests in the land before a certificate is issued for that land. And so that system would give, for the first time in the Bahamas, an absolute title. We always go back, our lawyers, Ocean Estates and Pindar, the famous dicta, that in the trespass action in the Bahamas, we don't have registered land. And so the question that the court is concerned with is not who owns the land, but simply whether A has a better title than B, even if C has a better title than A and B.
Yes.
Which I think to a lay person is lunacy. Is absolute lunacy, but that is the current state of our law.
Yes.
Registered title, registered interest would be different. The registered interest would be an absolute interest. And so when you produce your certificate, that is conclusive as to your ownership.
I own this.
You
That's
own
mine.
it for the first time.
My goodness, people are singing. I know they're saying hallelujah.
You own it. And it just puts that to bed. So you own it, and that is the fundamental difference between those systems. Now, because the system is creating an absolute ownership, it has to have built into it significant safeguards to ensure that the process of granting that certificate to this person who now becomes the absolute owner is fair, transparent, and conforms with the current legal principles regarding ownership.
Right.
So it's not to create titles, it's to simply validate titles.
So explain to me then provisional title.
And so for the overwhelming majority of persons, and when their land moves into the new system,
Right.
they would be able to evidence ownership clearly and definitively, and they would end with a certificate for their property.
So absolute. They will have absolute.
I mean, if you talk about the typical Bahamian, I bought my house in Garden Subdivision.
Yes.
I have a mortgage with X bank.
Particularly government subdivisions, I would think.
I would say, any real established subdivision. Yes. I live in my house. I've been in my house. I have my mortgage. My boundaries are clear. Insofar as they're not clear, there's provisions to deal with minor variances to the boundaries. That person, when the adjudication happens, the adjudicator goes in, the system will give them their title.
Right.
And so that's the overwhelming majority of persons. Now, we also have in the Bahamas where things get complicated is, the family situations, the island situations, all 100 of us own this land together. Those sorts of things are complicated.
I think where people get, certainly for us as practitioners, certain areas in New Providence, when we're talking about where you have, calling out Nassau Village, dual title, so many titled in the Wolf Road areas, certain hotspot areas that we know of, where it's like, oh boy, you have to be really careful when you're talking about transferring and conveyancing here, because so many people can come up and say, well, I have title, this person sold to me, that person, and it can become complicated. What about that?
And
Those instances.
So without diving too deep into the full registration system, the way the adjudication process would work is that an area will be declared an adjudication area, and then they could have adjudication sections. Everyone will know that that area has been declared. So it will be, hey world, we're coming here and we are going to determine who has any interest in this land in this area.
So everybody come forward. Get your papers.
Bring your papers, money, your mattress. Bring your will, bring whatever you have.
Okay.
Bring it all.
So almost as if as well, it's hope. For some people, really hope that this is going to be sorted out, because it can be costly to hire counsel to go in, do a deep dive, and to sort out, or we call it rectification of title and the rest of it. It can be very costly and difficult. But now here it is. This, it's proposed that this is what's going to happen. The government is going to do this.
So, I mean, firstly, we're beyond the proposed stage.
Well, that's right.
It's here.
It's here.
It is here.
It's here.
It is here. So, firstly, it is here. Yes, and I think one of the challenges that we have as practitioners is when the government made the amendments to the Limitation Act to reduce the time, because originally it was 20 years.
And now it's 12.
And now it's 12. There was also another critical change that was made. It said that after 12 years, the title shall vest in the adverse possessor. The old law just said no action can be brought to recover. The new law went further to say that the title shall vest, which means that you own the land. And so the problem you then have now is you own the land, but in order for you to have a mortgageable ownership, one that a bank would accept for a mortgage, you would now need to go and get a certificate of title under the current system, which can be prohibitively costly for persons with lower value parcels. If you take, for example, our historical areas, you may have a person on a 3,000 square foot portion of 3,000 square foot property, I'm sure you've seen, and they want to bring finality to their ownership to deal with estate matters. And the cost of them doing that in relation to the value of the property. And in so many times, you have nuisance adverse claimants to just draw the process out.
They do, in hopes that they could get a few dollars. Sometimes I hate to say it.
Yes, and so for that person, they end up trapped in this situation where the law says they own the land, but there's no affordable mechanism for their ownership to be verified and certified. Because the only mechanism that we have to get to that point today is quieting. Which is a dirty word in the Bahamas because it's being abused. It's a dirty word. The average Bahamian views quieting as
really upset, particularly if you're a landowner. I've heard it, but through church and older members of society, like, I own my land, and here it is. You could come and squat and then challenge me and say that it's yours. And people.
But there's adverse possession and quieting they're complicated. They are legal principles that lay people have difficulty accepting. Adverse possession is really based on an English principle that land must always be put to economic use.
You shouldn't have it and not do something with it.
And so
it should be used.
So the law created a mechanism to encourage people to put it to economic use by saying, if you don't put it to economic use,
for this period of time,
someone else
does, they can have it, then they should have it.
Certify them as use of the land. And I think for a lot of it's a double-edged sword for Bahamians, because adverse possession is the mechanism by which many Bahamians became property owners, particularly post-slavery, because the fact is when the plantations were abandoned, the slaves went on the land and got titles to the land. That's where a lot of the commonage type properties are derived from. And so on that side, people would say adverse possession is good.
Particularly to even bringing it back home to us, present day, because I know family members, they may have purchased a property, but nobody
The property
used
next
the
door.
property next door. Nobody, so they start cutting down and farming and using, and after a while, they can quiet and I guess make their ownership greater.
And it is adverse possession is going to be the starting point of a lot of claims under the system, as it's the starting point of a lot of titles today. Bahamians are quite comfortable going into adverse possession of land.
Yes.
It's very common and very frequent. And so I always tell people, owning land in the Bahamas requires active management. And so you have to go and you have to have your boundaries surveyed. You have to ensure that nobody's on your land.
Cleaning it down.
Because in 12 years, your title is gone. And we have people who, for example, who come up and say, oh, my family owned 100 acres in the 1800s. I therefore own it today. Well, our law says that time fixes these things and bars claims. And so if your family if you've been dispossessed for the requisite period.
12 years.
12 years.
Which isn't very long.
Not at all. Not at all. If you've been out of possession for 12 years, the title provides that the person then owns your land. So it's something that I think people have to understand. That is the system that we have, and you just have to be active in making sure that persons are not on your property.
I'm hoping as well that this show will give an impetus to people. If you say you own land, get out there. Check it out. Become active. You're sitting down, you're watching, thinking, my sister died. She left me this property somewhere. Mommy and daddy had this sort of old homestead. Get to it. Start making your presence felt. Get together with your siblings and family and start discussing, because this is here, like you said. This registered land act is here.
One of the things that I think we have to, the reforms are going to trigger the need for some serious conversations in families.
Yes.
Because particularly in our historic areas, there are a lot of properties that have multiple generations on a property without any formal understanding as to who is the owner of this property.
And sometimes mommy and daddy are not the owner. They've been there.
There's some conversation has to be had as to what this thing that we are on, what is our understanding as it relates to this? Like, take, for example, you have a friend of mine. There's a compound, I guess you can call it, with 6 homes. Each family on a home, no one's paying rent to anyone, but they're on the land. The land cannot be subdivided. So at some point, they have to have a conversation as to how do we own this? Bahamians defer to this concept of its generation, which is a term that really has no legal meaning in my mind. I mean, certainly none that I could point to.
And that's something as well. I know that we are doing something, as you've indicated, that other countries, particularly Commonwealth countries, have already done. For the motherland, 1925, Jamaica, even earlier. The new system, it's here, and no doubt there will be amendments and changes as we go through to fit who we are as a people, because we're unique, our ownership, our language of it, and how we've developed things to this point, 2025. You see room there for that, but we're just discussing loosely about these common situations that we have.
So I think, firstly, the land adjudication bill and the registered land bill, I do believe they are indigenous products. So whilst the committee would have certainly had access to advice from abroad and looking at the statutes from abroad, land in the Bahamas is unique only to us.
Yes.
The way we do conveyancing is unique only to us. As any pupil starting off at the bar will learn very quickly, Bahamian property law and Bahamian conveyancing law is unique only to the Bahamas.
It certainly is.
And it takes you a while to just come to terms with the way we do conveyancing. And so the committee was very careful to create a statute that is indigenous.
When we return from the break, and look, our segment is almost finished. We're going to go just a bit more into what this new act, and again, I keep saying it, I think of it as a bill, but actually it's been enacted and it's with us. What can we look forward to? You're watching The Legal Brief on ZNS TV 13.
Yo, it's Iman, the one and only, and I want y'all to tune into Entertainment Fridays on Access Now every Friday at 7:30 p.m. Who knows? Your favorite Bahamian artist might end up showing their face. But you gotta watch to find out.
Yo, what's up? It's your girl Nika B, and I'm bringing you the heat with my crew on The Drop. We vibing, we reacting,
Hot videos,
we talking to the hottest music producers,
hot interviewers,
Bahamian artists, and Bahamian DJs. Trust me, y'all ain't never want to miss this energy on The Drop.
This your boy Shine 242, and if you want exclusive interviews, hot videos, hot music, then tune into The Drop, man.
It's only right here on The Drop, exclusively on ZNS.
Let's go, man.
Welcome back. You're watching The Legal Brief, and we're discussing the registration of land. Is it good or bad? I don't know if it's fair to put it in those terms, but it's certainly enlightening to us. And just before the break, Tavares, we were discussing how what's quite common in our society where you have family members that live very close to each other. We say yard, we understand what that means. Mm-hmm. One yard, and you have a number of houses or dwellings on that property. Again, you touched on families having to have a conversation. Now that already is going to open up a can of worms, because even though I'm in the bigger house, mommy and daddy left me the bigger house, I feel I have a larger interest. And my brother or the adopted daughter have just the little house or little property there. They're not supposed to have as much as I have, and they understand that in their mind, but we don't speak. How is this going to work out for our people, practically speaking? What should people be doing, Tavares, to prepare themselves for this?
So I think firstly, under our existing system, there's a clear legal way to determine ownership interest in land and determine who has what, and whether that person has an absolute ownership to the whole or the percentage ownership. So we have principles today that set that out. The challenge that we have is that oftentimes we don't like the truth when it comes to some of these outcomes.
Okay.
Because take, for example, until 2000, the inheritance laws of the Bahamas were very unfair. One person inherited all, and the average Bahamian family sort of, would ignore that. And just say,
the oldest living male relative.
Right, primogeniture. So the eldest lawful male, which was a huge challenge for the Bahamas because of so many people not being lawful. And so a lot of people were dispossessed. But the families would continue to live as though they all inherited a stake. And so sometimes when you do have property disputes come up or quietings, and people find out that they're disqualified because their parents weren't married, or
daddy didn't sign,
all of the interest went to one child and not the other, they're disappointed and they feel hurt by that process. And so the reason why I say that we don't want to accept is because some of the conversations that have to happen within families are always free to share. But sometimes how people believe property should be divided may not correspond with what the law says that division should be. And so when we're getting into these areas, particularly in the historical areas where you have multiple generations or multiple persons sharing one legal lot, there would be times when it may be possible to create severance and split the land, but in most times it would not. And so it's really for the persons who are in occupation, and if they are in adverse occupation, or the person who have interest in that, to begin to consider the conversations that these families have to have as to how are we going to deal with this property?
Yes.
Because many families have been dealing with inheritance issues by kicking the can down the road. And so
And their children.
Granny died, we didn't probate, we didn't have the conversation that uncle actually got the property and not auntie. Auntie's still in the property. All of these.
And then you always had these things, Grammy left the papers with this one. This one's supposed to do it. They didn't do it.
You'll hear some grumbling every time an argument comes up. But everyone, you just keep kicking the can down the road. And well, the reality is at some point,
it seems to be,
well, certainly if an area is declared for adjudication, well,
you now have
the conversation is here because whoever says that they have an interest in the property will have to bring those interests forward. And so I think as the government has passed laws, and this follows reforms over decades, to try and deal with this long-standing problem in the Bahamas of title to land. That is a part of the process. The other part of the process is, though, that the owners of the land have to be active in trying to get their property to a place where they have certainty to pass on title to their children and to deal with these things. You cannot simply ignore it and keep kicking it down the road. So instead of dealing with 10 people, you now have to deal with 100 people, because you have those situations where families have literally postponed having conversations about who inherited the property for decades.
They have.
No one wants to have
lifetime.
a conversation.
Sometimes they don't want it.
And the fact is, it has to happen, because what you will find is that if you don't have the conversation and you don't take the necessary steps, well, you run the risk of being dispossessed of the land. So you have to be active. The government can pass laws in order to provide a structure to make to make this process easier. But landowners or persons with interest in land have to also be engaged in that process.
I always say, don't take an ostrich approach. Don't bury your head in the sand. Get proactive.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying it for all of our viewers.
Absolutely.
Get proactive. First of all, identify the land.
Absolutely.
Whatever you say you have an interest in, however you have it, start identifying, visiting, clearing down, making your presence felt and known so that when the time comes, you're ready. And as you said, this isn't going to happen overnight. So you can't just do it once and just forget it. You've got to now be consistent. Because as you say, if not, you really run the risk that someone else will get this absolute title and you're left out.
Right. And also, I mean, just as a starting point, I think we have hundreds of estates, well, thousands of estates in the Bahamas where families have not probated.
No.
And so the reality is, if you've not probated an estate, or gotten letters of administration if they died intestate, the challenge is if something happens with the property, you aren't properly vested with the legal powers to speak to the property.
And so that's something, again, when we say get prepared, that the listening audience needs. And that's the conversation again. We need to call the family together. I know Mummy said you, but you seem to be preoccupied, or you've left. You've gone outside of the country. We who are left here, or who are alive and well, we've got to get onto this and probate Grammy's estate and granddaddy and daddy, so that when it comes time for adjudication, I can come forth and say, here we are. At least the issues of inheritance and having the right to present and speak is in place.
And one of the things I would mention in terms of having these conversations with families, and this is a place where dysfunction really impedes land transactions. Under the old law, it was brutal, but it was certain. Eldest lawful son. One person does the letters of administration. Under the new law, if you die intestate, all of the children are equal for a person who has children. And so if you have one holdout You take a simple process.
You got to go to the court and you have to deal with that. They're being unreasonable, certain applications. But the thing is, though, you've got to have that conversation and do it now.
Absolutely.
You have to, don't wait until you hear that, oh, the area's under adjudication. I don't understand what's going on. You're running off to an attorney and probates. Certainly after this year, I'm sure it's going to be an increase in amount of applications, but you've got to start putting your house in order.
Absolutely. And the fact is, it's beyond adjudication. Just under the current system, the fact is, if a person dies, when a person dies and they leave property, if they die with a will, you go and get the grant of probate.
Yes.
If they die intestate, which unfortunately happens far too frequently because there's so many people around the country who have a phobia of signing a will.
Well, again, we are unique people.
So the phobia of signing a will. But the fact is, until you have that representation, as simple as you have a situation where somebody goes and trespasses on the property your parents left you, well, you have to be positioned to go to the court and tell the court, get these people off of my property.
Who are you? I'm so and so. Well,
you need something.
You can't go by word of mouth.
Yeah, you need something.
Yes.
And so it's very important that to preserve the ownership interest in land, it's a formal process. I know we tend to be informal in our thinking, and we tend to be we have a very family approach, communal approach to land ownership, but these are formal processes. And we just have to make sure that we always take the steps necessary to be positioned to protect our ownership interest in.
I always say as well to clients, why take so long? If someone's left you a gift, why should it take you 10 and 20 years? Some person sometimes longer than that. You have children come and say, well, mommy was supposed to do this for my Grammy. She died. She was building up to... Just get on, get your business done.
Yes, it's. I think for a lot of people, it's an emotionally difficult decision for them to deal with. But no one wants to deal with death. Certainly, no one wants to deal with getting that as an administration or probate. But the fact is, you have to do it. You have to do it. If you have a relative who died leaving property, the property has to be administered or dealt with properly in accordance with law. So as difficult as it is, as emotionally charged as it is within the families, etc., you have to deal with it. And I think that's why
the law says they give, 6 months to a year. You have a time, everybody understands the grieving process, but at least get this started.
The business has to be done.
Yes, certainly now that we have land registration. And because I posed a question in the beginning, is it good or bad? And the more as we discuss, I'm leaning, you were quite powerful coming out the gate. Like, hey, no, we need this. We should have had this a long time ago. But again, and just going through the exercise of discussing this, I do believe that it's certainly good. It's a good thing. And it's going to cause us as a people to do some things that we've been putting off for a very long time.
Absolutely. I think there is tremendous untapped wealth in families. Families have to get over the dysfunction somehow. Go get
the disagreements, a little pettiness.
Go get a counselor, go get a therapist, do whatever you need to do. But the fact is, you have to get beyond that. You cannot allow the dysfunction to essentially prevent a family from dealing with property that they have had or they believe they have had. And so you just have to push through those issues and be positioned to deal with it. Particularly, I always tell people, some issues really should be dealt with by the generation that caused the issue. not pass it on to another generation.
And side and feelings of unease, and you don't even understand why.
Don't leave these problems to your
children. Your brother and sisters, mommy, what mommy said and what is there.
Get it over
Y'all to deal with that. Don't leave it for the other generation.
And I think that's going to be a key theme to making sure that the adjudication process goes smoother But I just think it's just the fact is ultimately, if the family believes or people believe that they own this land, they should have an understanding as to who.
And it's good as well that in preparing for this, also persons will understand, payments will know that other laws don't go out of the window. Like we're talking about, you still have the laws of inheritance and testacy, all of those things, the importance of having a will. Those things just become, I think, more sharply into focus when you're dealing with real property. And also, we're talking about physical planning as well. Because even if, let's say you get the land, it doesn't mean that, oh, okay, I could sell my portion here or you could sell yours. No,
Yes.
You still have to deal with those laws and regulations as well.
Absolutely. When the Planning and Subdivisions Act was passed in 2010, one of the provisions that a lot of attorneys had to deal with is historically, Bahamians loved doing wills where you have 50 grandchildren and you say, I have 10 acres and I give each one of my children a lot. Cut this up into 50 and give each one a lot. And one of the things that the Planning and Subdivisions Act made clear is that you cannot create a subdivision by a gift in the will.
No.
And so if you have a property, you're not allowed to just bypass the planning laws and create a subdivision. So the regular rules as it relates to planning still apply, which inevitably mean that if it's a single lot and it cannot meet the planning requirements to be subdivided, however many people own it, they own it. I mean, it's completely impractical. And I think that's another thing that people have to be mindful of. Is it really practical to have 20 people owning a 50 by 100 lot? That's for the persons who own it to determine.
I think that's going to end up being very interesting for us.
For families, absolutely.
Yes, it's going to be
absolutely.
very interesting.
I think we have some I think we're going to have some very interesting and sometimes difficult conversations.
I think we're going to start to see as well. And it's always so unique whenever you do have changes such as this. You're going to see, again, more counsels, attorneys perhaps turning to this area because it's going to be very lucrative, preparing themselves and studying it. Like I said before, it was almost dying about that skill of conveyancing and the rest. And so now you're going to hopefully see a resurgence, a revitalization in the area of land, because it's going to be quite exciting.
It certainly will be. It certainly will be.
Oh, it's been great. Thank you for joining us, Mr. LaRota. You've enlightened us on registered land. And thank you for watching. I trust that you've learned quite a bit, certainly knowing where we're at presently with registering land, the importance to do so, the importance as well to get your affairs in order to be in a position that when this exercise comes to an area where you have an interest, you can come forward and you can say, here, I'm the requisite or proper person to present my application so that I can have absolute title. Registered land, is it good or bad? You'll decide. For me, I'm leaning towards good. I think Mr. LaRota has sort of persuaded me. I'm Ramona Farquharson, your host on The Legal Brief. You're watching ZNS TV 13.
At Rusty Bethel Drive, I'm Paiswell Forbes. This is ZNS.
It's What's Trending with Jiminita Swain and the Bahama Beauty at the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas from Studio A. It all starts right now.
Hey everyone. It's Tuesday, October 28th, and you're watching What's Trending. I'm Jimenita Swain, and tonight we've got the latest news, and yes, we're diving into the serious conversations that matter. So buckle up, get ready, and let's jump straight into What's Trending. All eyes are on Hurricane Melissa. Where is the storm heading next? Meteorologist Basil Dean joins us with the latest updates and what you need to know. Plus, our Lloyd Allen is on the ground in Inagua, giving us a first-hand look at conditions there. That's all coming up in Weather Wire. Then, what if preparing for the unexpected could actually save your life? This week on Style for Strength, we explore how protection, planning, and awareness can make all the difference in the fight against breast cancer. And lastly, words have weight, and two artists are turning that power into striking art. On Culture in Color, we dive into Sticks and Stones, the latest exhibition at the Diaghilev Art Foundation. We're just getting started. More in a moment.
Diet-friendly special.
Got termites and need to get rid of them fast? Trust Rentokil Initial. With over 60 years experience in the Bahamas, the global brand, training, and expertise can't be beat. Only Rentokil Initial gives you a 3-year warranty and payment plan options on termite fumigation. No one can match the range of treatments we offer, such as fumigation, pre-construction treatments, termite monitoring, and more. No matter where you are in the Bahamas, we will come to you. When it comes to complete termite eradication, there's only one name, Rentokil Initial.
Get this straight to our new sales and marketing office, Centerville House, 5th floor, ASAP.
New sales and marketing office, Centerville House, 5th floor, quick.
New sales and marketing office in Centerville House, 2nd Terrace West, 5th floor, on my way.
Sales and Marketing Office, Centerville House, 2nd Terrace West, 5th floor.
You could have caught a ride with me. We're only a block away from ZNS.
ZNS Sales and Marketing has moved to the 5th floor, Centerville House, 2nd Terrace West. For more information, call 502-3800.
Eyes are on Hurricane Melissa, the powerful system commanding attention across the world and the region. Communities remain on high alert as the storm intensifies and tracks its way through the Atlantic. And for the very latest on Melissa's movement and what we can expect in the coming days, we turn to meteorologist Basil Dean.
Thank you, Jimmy. Melissa's now over Jamaica. It's roughly about 15 miles to the east of Montego Bay, moving towards the north-northeast at some 8 miles per hour. And we anticipate that it will shift more towards the northeast later on tonight and tomorrow, picking up that forward speed, which will take the eye offshore of Jamaica within the next few hours. Then it will take aim for the southeastern portion of Cuba, which should make landfall late tonight or early tomorrow morning as a Category 4. I must tell you that the winds have decreased in Melissa as she interacts with the mountainous terrain of Jamaica there. Maximum sustained winds are now down to 145 miles per hour, making it a Category 4 hurricane. And we anticipate that it will reach the southern coast of eastern Cuba as a Category 5. 4. However, further weakening is expected over Cuba, and by the time it comes off the coast, let's go to our tracking line off the coast, and that will happen sometime during the early morning hours tomorrow, making its way into Bahamian waters, and we expect it to be perhaps a Category 1, maybe even a Category 2 as it takes in for the southeast Bahamas. Now, in terms of the wind field, we expect winds to start increasing around Inagua and Ragged Island. That will take place later on tonight, anytime after 10 o'clock. They will start to get some fresher breeze, and that will gradually spread throughout the southeast Bahamas tonight and tomorrow. Now, the hurricane force winds, that is confined to a very small radii of only about 30 miles, so it's going to be limited to perhaps only Crooked Island, Acklands, and Long Key would perhaps feel the brunt of that hurricane force winds, and that will happen sometime between 5 and 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Elsewhere throughout the central Bahamas and the southeast Bahamas, they will certainly be experiencing some tropical storm force winds, and that will continue throughout tomorrow. Storm surge is another factor that we're concerned with for the island of Crooked Island, particularly on the west and south side of Crooked Island, where they can experience storm surge up to about 8 feet, which will inundate the shoreline there. So residents on the south coast and the west coast of Crooked Island should move inland and to higher grounds. And as we go to our live weather radar, you can see those rain bands already start working their way into the southeast Bahamas. That's Matitan, Inagua right there now. They have one of those feeder bands dumping some showers, spreading into the Exumas. Also over Crooked Island, they're having some showers here as well. So overnight, these conditions are going to slowly start to deteriorate. And as we head into the middle of tomorrow, we'll see those heavy downpours taking place again. Jimmy.
Well, thanks, Basil, for keeping us updated. As always, we'll continue to monitor Hurricane Melissa closely and bring you the latest information as it develops. That's your Weather Wire update. Stay safe, stay informed, and stay with us for continuing coverage. While we keep an eye on the weather outside, there are other storms that hit much closer to home. Up next on Style for Strength, we talk about facing a cancer diagnosis and how insurance and community can help bring hope and healing. That's after the break.
After I was in a plane crash in June 1983, I lost my left arm. I had some good friends, came along, fishing guides. They said, man, we can teach you to fly fish. Exuma, Exuma. Can you see? Look at it, man. One of the nicest places you want to be in the world. There were challenges learning to cast, learning to put a fly on a leader, learning to tie the different knots for me as a handicapped individual. As a matter of fact, I don't really feel handicapped because I could do everything, man. Anything anybody could do, I think I could do it too. Because with your mindset to do anything, no matter what you are, what you look like, what's happening to you, you can do it. Persons in our positions, it's hard to get fundings and very, very expensive. SBDC would be helpful in regards to help funding people with disabilities. So nothing is impossible if you're disabled, any kind of disability. Put faith in God and trust God. Believe you will overcome.
Honey barbecue, sweet and spicy all noon. Signature. What's your flavor? Roasted garlic parmesan, tastes so good, chicken. Ghost pepper, wings.
Now available at Popeyes in Nassau.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a time to celebrate survivors, promote early detection, and champion access to care.
Styled for Strength, presented by Bahari.
This week on Style for Strength, we're talking about the power of preparation, from securing the right insurance coverage to building a community of support. Joining us are Nicola Gomez-Dawkins, insurance broker, and Chantel Cox-Hutchison, president of the Sister Support Group, sharing how protection, awareness, and advocacy can help save lives. Welcome to the show, ladies.
Thank you, and thanks for having us.
It's great to have you here with us. So, Nikki, since you say I can call you Nikki, we're going to start with you. Many people find that health insurance is a little bit confusing or intimidating. So where should someone start when they're looking for the right plan, especially when dealing with serious health conditions like cancer?
Well, hopefully they look for the insurance before the cancer comes, because it's really important to have it before. It's very difficult to get it afterwards, so let's start with that. They can go to any of the insurance companies. We at Star General would prefer them to come to a broker, to come to us, because if they come to a broker, the purpose of the broker is to act as an intermediary between the consumer and that insurance company. So if they come to us, we can look in the market and see what best meets their need. If they go right to one insurance company, and we actually work with all of the insurance companies, if they just go to one, that agent is going to look within that company for a product. We look in the market and we try to get the best coverage. And you know, a lot of young people think that they're not going to get sick right away at this time.
It happens, yeah.
They're not going to die right now, but you'll see an increase in a lot of the diseases, especially like cancer in young people. That's been on the rise for some time. And so, you know, it's just...
So you like the bridge, the good, the middleman in the scenario.
And we want them to come in so we can get them prepared.
So then what are some of the key benefits or coverage options for people? Sometimes they overlook it when they're choosing or reviewing their health insurance policies.
And a lot of people look for just major illnesses. Some people then, after they get that, they want to know if they can get their their prescriptions. You know, a lot of us want to go into the pharmacy and get our prescriptions.
Yes.
So prescription coverage is important. It's important too to be able, I tell older people, to make sure that they go and get a coverage that gets them air ambulance and the ability to travel away. Nothing against the local doctors, but sometimes we need to go. And then we have no way of getting there. For young people, we try to prepare them for all the scenarios. Pregnancy, because you know a lot of young women will want to have a baby and they would want that whole process to be covered. But when it comes to major illness like breast cancer, we want them to be prepared for that as well.
What advice would you give to individuals and families preparing financially and emotionally for the unexpected when it comes? Because you say you could be healthy, you could have insurance, but the unexpected does happen at times.
So if the unexpected comes and you have insurance coverage, the first thing I would say is sit with your either broker or your agent. Because a lot of us, we say, oh gosh, I have this issue to deal with. What do I do? And we try to navigate what we can do for ourselves. Sit with that person and they will let you know who's in network, because it's better when you have a major illness to stay in your network.
Yes.
Because it's much cheaper. You go out of network, you have all these costs.
You're going to pay more.
Yes, so make sure do that. See if the airlines offer, you know, some of the airlines will offer you free tickets. Sometimes that's in your policy. And just find out what's covered. Then people have coverage away. They come back home and they get sick. Again, liaise with your broker so they can tell you what steps to take.
And
so that
options are available for you. That makes a lot of sense. So Chantal, we're going to bring you into the discussion now, because there's definitely some good advice we're getting there from Nikki. But obviously, Sister has been a powerful breast cancer advocacy support group for many, many persons. What are some of the key challenges that women still face today when it comes to early detection and access to treatment?
So one of the things, and I'm happy we're here talking about insurance, because that seems to be one of the biggest obstacles to getting care and getting treatment, is having insurance. And a lot of us, unfortunately, do not have insurance. And cancer is a very expensive disease. And for those of us that do have insurance, we still neglect to do our annual physical. We still neglect to utilize our insurance for preventative care. So one of the things that I always tell people to do is don't neglect your annual physical. If you have it, if you're fortunate enough to have insurance, then utilize it. She spoke about NHI. again, it's something that we're pushing to women, especially, you know, if you don't have insurance and you cannot afford insurance, we're pushing the NHI, we're pushing the free mammograms, we're pushing to go ahead and educate our public about breast cancer, not only just breast cancer, but cancer awareness, healthy eating, on what options are available to you. And programs like this, I was so happy this month that we had all of the ability to share and educate, you know, our population on what is out there.
And for someone who is currently battling breast cancer, what message of encouragement or hope do you want to share with them so they can hear from you today?
Seek your village. Your village is very important. You go through a lot of things. And again, I'd say not only financially, but mentally, physically. You know, as women, we are, you know, we tend to put a lot of stock in our physical appearance, and breast cancer alters that, unfortunately. And so when you have that positive village, and, you know, if you don't have that positive village in family and friends, you have that positive village in sister. We do provide that support. We provide that emotional support, that, you know, that mental support, that we show you what it's going to look like, that journey, and what you're going to feel like, look like after you've had breast cancer. So again, find your village, find those people who can support you through that journey emotionally, and you will be okay. You will come out at the end. You will come out. I'm 20 years,
good.
So you'll be fine.
Good advice there. Yes. Well, a big thank you to you, Nikki and Chantel, for sharing your insight and inspiration. Definitely good advice that we all need to keep in mind, because we need to remember that protecting our health starts with being informed, prepared, and supported. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thanks for having us on the show.
Awesome. So from health, resilience, and the power of community, we now turn our attention to another form of strength, the power of creativity and expression. On this week's Culture in Color, we step inside Sticks and Stones, the latest exhibition by Veronica Dorset and Christina Wong, where words, memory, and identity are transformed into striking visual stories. Stay with us.
If you would like to be a part of What's Trending, DM us on Instagram at What's Trending on ZNS.
Our company has a simple philosophy, open hands. What do open hands mean? If you keep your hands closed, nothing comes in, nothing goes out. If you keep your hands open, a lot of things comes in, a lot of things goes out. We cannot expect to be a successful company without blessing our community and blessing our country.
My good friend and valued client, Dominic Stirrup, approached me following a meeting we had and told me of the idea that he had of feeding 10,000 Bahamians on Thanksgiving.
There was a lot of details to put together, had to figure out how to get it done. But at the end, it was worth it. At the end, it gave me a heart of gratitude to know that our company is reaching out to so many persons.
We invite you on a journey to witness an extraordinary chapter in the story of the Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, a tale of compassion, unity, and the true spirit of Thanksgiving.
Diet-friendly special.
Things may be tough, but Wendy's got you covered. Grab a day single or chicken sandwich with a junior fries and 16-ounce beverage for just $6.95. Why choose less from the other guys when you can get more? At Wendy's, we're providing bigger bites and better deals. So purchase your Tings Tough Value Meal today. Now available at all locations excluding the airport and food truck.
Words have power, and in the latest exhibition, Sticks and Stones, that power comes to life.
Culture in Color, presented by Dungaluk Studios Art Gallery.
This week on Culture in Color, we explore how work challenges beauty standards, reimagines memory, and sparks conversations about identity. Joining us now to share their inspiring vision are the artists behind the exhibition, Veronica Dorset and Christina Wong. Ladies, welcome to the show.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
Thank you for having us.
It's great to have both of you here with us. So Veronica, we're going to start with you. You are a visual artist. Tell us about your contributions to Sticks and Stones.
In Sticks and Stones, I'm part of the duo, Christina Wong and I. For this show, we really wanted to explore hair and what that means growing up, what our experiences were separately, and then we had a lot of conversations to see how our experiences overlapped. And for me, I focused a lot on childhood memory and nostalgia, and mostly hair products. So the products I remember running into pharmacy or hair store, the first thing I would run to were Just For Me perm boxes, and this exhibition really helped me explore what those memories were like, and to ask myself difficult questions too. Why was I attracted to those? You know, what was it about the products or the girls on the boxes that I wanted to be like, and why?
So what would you say then was the inspiration behind the pieces that you selected or included in the exhibition?
Yeah, so like I said, most of the products, so you'll see the Royal Crown hair grease, you'll see Blue Magic, you'll also see Slick hair gel. So all of these products were things that I remember seeing not only in my house, but at my friend's house. And these are things that I think all of us at one point or another used. And so the core thing for me was to spark a point of nostalgia where we go, oh my gosh, I remember using that growing up. And then to also spark a further conversation of what our experience was using it, why we used it, and do we still use it now? You know, those kinds of memories.
That makes a lot of sense. So your work often explores identity and emotion. What are you hoping that those who view your art take away from it?
I think overall, I want people to take comfort and contemplation. I want you to, like I say, have that moment where you go, oh my gosh, I fully remember using this as a kid, or I remember seeing this. Some of the pieces that are based on the perm box products, the Just For Me, so many people who came to the opening would say, oh, I remember the commercial. You know, I remember the song, I can hear it in my head. So what I really want people to take away is that moment of nostalgia, and then the follow-up conversation of how do these things make us feel and what do we remember?
Makes a lot of sense. So Christina, we're going to bring you into the conversation now. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. I think it's the theme for your elements. And what inspired that selection of a theme for you?
So for me, I'm a Christian. And so with that comes this biblical verse that speaks about like the Creator creating you to be beautiful and wonderful and fearfully made. And so it stemmed from that. And so how we're created with the skin color, the hair textures, however that is, that we have to embrace that. And so for me, I was inspired by that verse, and I wanted that to be an affirmation for others, that when they read the titles of my work, they're saying, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I am beautiful. I am radiant. I do walk in grace, and I give grace to myself. And so that's where the inspiration came from for that series of my work.
That makes a lot of sense. And for both of you, I would say, what are some of the elements or materials that you use in constructing your pieces for the exhibition? Because they look very detailed and intricate.
They are. We use, I think, a similar way of working, but they are quite different. I would say mine is a little bit more assemblage. Veronica works within the means of collage work, but I think we both fed off of each other. I don't think when we first were, proposed with the exhibition that we realized how much our works actually complemented each other. And so the challenge for me was looking at her themes and saying, okay, you're working within nostalgia. How can I now make this cohesion with our work? And so it made me look up old photographs of my mom, who was by profession a cosmetologist. So I grew up around hair, I grew up around beauty, and I grew up around just the scent of like perfume and the scent of like hot curling irons. So using the material for me was with the embroidery threads, because I'm also a painter, so I incorporate that into my work. And so instead of me collaging things together, I'm painting these things and then I'm assembling them together.
Okay.
And so the materials feed off of each other in that way as well.
Christina, how long will the exhibition be up at the Aguilar Art Foundation?
So right now, the exhibition will probably be up for another 2 weeks. So there is still time to see it. It's on Virginia Street. It's in the downtown area, so it's
easy try.
It's an easy, accessible space. They normally prefer that you do call in advance. They love to have an intimate moment with everyone that comes into the space.
Makes a lot of sense.
So, yes.
Well, thank you so much, Christina Veronica, for joining us today and sharing such meaningful and vulnerable work. Sticks and Stones seems to be a great exhibition. Again, it's now on display at the Aguilar Art Foundation. There is more What's Trending after the break. Stay with us.
What's trending in business? Who's making major money moves? And how's it shaping your future? This is Economics, your front row seat to the biggest stories in business, innovation, and finance. Powered by the Sand Dollar, the digital currency of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. It's fast, secure, Bahamian. We're breaking down the numbers, the news, and what it means to you. Tune in every Thursday at 6 p.m. for the trends, the insights, and the stories that matter. Get informed, get inspired, get in the mix with Economics.
Tired of looking at the same old kitchen? Step 1. Our talented recommended designer Mark crafts a custom design just for you. Step 2. Once your design is ready, CBS Bahamas makes ordering effortless. Your dream kitchen is within reach. Step 3. Our recommended installers bring your vision to life, ensuring every detail is perfectly in place. Sit back and relax as your dream space becomes a reality. Visit cbsbahamas.com and start bringing your home improvement dreams to life today.
What's trending in business? Who's making major money moves? And how's it shaping your future? This is Economics, your front row seat to the biggest stories in business, innovation, and finance. Powered by the Sand Dollar, the digital currency of the Central Bank of the Bahamas. It's fast, secure, Bahamian. We're breaking down the numbers, the news, and what it means to you. Tune in every Thursday at 6 p.m. for the trends, the insights, and the stories that matter. Get informed, get inspired, get in the mix with Economics.
This Wednesday, the ZNS network goes into full storm mode as Hurricane Melissa approaches. We're live on air from 7:30 in the morning with real-time updates, expert insight, and team coverage across the island. Stay locked on ZNS, your eyes and ears through Hurricane Melissa. And that's a wrap for What's Trending. Follow us on Instagram at What's Trending on ZNS for show clips and behind-the-scenes moments. See you tomorrow at 6 p.m. for your trusted source for every update as the storm unfolds.
At the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, I'm Clint Watson, and this is ZNS.
This is the Bahamas Tonight. The Northern Edition has a look at stories making news tonight. The Freeport Parliamentary Registration Office is seeing a steady flow of residents eager to get registered. Also, as teachers await the salary adjustment, one educator speaks out about what they're currently earning and why a pay increase is long overdue. And another break-in at the farmers market, the third in just a few weeks. Frustrated vendors speak out about their concerns.
The Bahamas Tonight Northern Edition starts now.
Good evening and welcome to the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition. I'm Ramiko Knowles. Thanks so much for tuning in. Topping news with election fever starting to build across the country, the Freeport Parliamentary Registration Office is experiencing a steady flow of residents eager to get registered. Officials say preparations are well underway for the upcoming general election as staff work to update the voters' list and prepare for the rollout of the new biometric voter cards, set to be introduced early next year. Raven Davis has tonight's top story.
There's been a steady influx of voters at the Parliamentary Registration Office over the past month as officials gear up for the upcoming general election. Staff are busy adding new names and removing deceased persons from the voters list. Among the new registrants, Assistant Parliamentary Commissioner and Acting Officer in charge of the Freeport office, Denise Pinder, says there's a positive trend emerging.
For this month so far, we've seen 63 new registrants, but since January of this year, we've had a number of young persons coming. The number of those young persons who come in, their parents weren't with them, so you know that they didn't have to be encouraged or cajoled to come in.
But overall, she says the focus is on making sure anyone who wants to register can do so.
So for registration of voters, thus far we've seen over 300 plus persons who have come in. The majority of them were transfers.
Those transfers, she says, came about as a result of address changes from Hurricane Dorian, and she believes there's a significant number of persons still needing transfers.
We found that some persons have moved off island, and they're either in Abaco or some of the other islands. And so we urge those persons who registered for Grand Bahama, please go into an administrator's office or go into Parliamentary Nassau and transfer on the register.
On the verification process, Pinder explains that it helps officials confirm where voters are registered and whether they need to transfer. This is an important step in preparing for the new biometric voter cards, and here's how it works.
During the verification process, we will be checking your information in the database, but we're also asking you, because you already have some biometrics at the passport office, which in particular is your photo and your fingerprints, we are asking you for permission to transfer those to Parliamentary, which shortens the process of placing your biometrics on the biometric card.
Now, voters don't have to transfer their information now, but will need to return in early January 2026. That's when parliamentary offices will have the equipment to start taking photographs and fingerprints in preparation for the new biometric cards, which are expected to start printing early next year. Those cards are not mandatory to vote in the next general election. For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Raven Davis.
Well, as teachers across the country await the salary adjustment and payment promised by the nation's leader, one educator is sharing her hopes for a significant increase in pay. While agreeing that teachers are underpaid, she reveals what educators are currently earning and what she believes they should be making each year. More details in this report.
Even Turks and Caicos, Canada, the United States, the UK, they're calling for teachers and they are paying them.
People often say teaching is a calling, but Bahamas Educators, Counselors, and Allied Workers Union Area Vice President Michelle Outen says it's also a career, one that requires thousands of dollars just to get qualified to enter the profession. She says that's why she supports a salary review, because in her words, teachers have been underpaid for far too long.
I would like to see ideally the start salary of a teacher move to $35,000, $36,000. It's not there. We're far from it.
The starting salary for teachers in the Bahamas ranges between $20,000 and $28,000 a year, roughly $1,500 to $2,400 per month. And she says that's simply not enough to sustain profession.
Under $40,000 was the max that a teacher could earn. That's not enough money. And especially with the years of experience that you're getting year after year, your salary should continue to go up. And ideally, I'd like to see the bar, me personally, I'd like to see it at 50, 55,000.
Outen says those numbers are not entry level in terms of training. Many of the teachers already have university degrees, teacher certifications, and ongoing professional development. Additionally, some educators have master's degrees and even PhDs who are just over $40,000 per annum.
I really believe that if you're investing in yourself, you should be compensated, because the knowledge that they gain is what's passed on to the students of our country.
Even more so, the educator says today's salaries do not reflect the weight of managing classrooms with as many as 20 to 30 students. And while in most professions you can clock out at the end of the day, for educators, the work continues long after the bell rings.
Many teachers work up until 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, marking books, entering grades, doing attendance. There's a lot of paperwork that goes into education.
Well, a colleague and close friend of one of the victims in Saturday morning's traffic fatality is sharing words of remembrance, sharing how cherished they were among their work family. Our Matthew Martinborough shares more in this story.
Despite the oil stains, the small pouches of gravel, and the scattered broken debris, this roadway looked very much differently than it did on Saturday morning, where a two-car collision occurred, claiming the lives of 2 men and severely injuring a female. One of those men, Christopher Smith, a well-beloved chef at the Garden of the Groves. Fighting back tears and a heartbroken voice, Shireen Pinder, a co-worker of Smith, fondly remembers his bright persona, which stayed consistent through his employment tenure at the Groves, an element Pinder notes will be truly missed, but never forgotten.
He said, I want you to learn this, because somebody teach me all what I know, and I pass it on to you. And we was there choking, we're laughing, we talk. He said, see you tomorrow, and then wake up with a phone call. He passed away. That's hurt every one of the staff here.
Pinder shares even Smith's punctuality and superb culinary skills were awe-inspiring. As she says, the dreadful news of Smith's passing rocked the entire establishment to its core.
He was a father figure. He was a brother. There is no word I could explain about this man. He was everything. He was my friend. He was everything to me. Since I met him the first day here, he never changed. He was the same Chris until the day he died.
Pinder remembers her last memory sharing the workplace with Smith during preparations for a planned event the Friday night prior, not knowing that would be the last time she would experience his presence.
When he opened the gate, we love to come in here. Everything in there is set up already. He was like that. He was a great cook and a good chef and a I can't call him co-worker. He was like a brother. He was like a family. To how he treat us, that's how me and him was so close. And it's not me alone. All the co-worker, the boss, they could tell you, he was that person. And we always gonna miss him. We always gonna have him in our heart because he was a family, not a co-worker. He was a family.
Now we understand that Smith's sister was the driver in the vehicle. She remains in hospital in stable condition with a broken leg. The second traffic fatality victim in the incident has been confirmed to be Mosen Augustine. Our thoughts and prayers remain with the families during this difficult time. For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Matthew Martinborough.
Thanks so much, Matthew. Well, switching gears now, another break-in at Grand Bahamas Farmers Market, the third in just a few weeks, is leaving vendors frustrated and fearful. They say they've been crying out for help, but their concerns continue to go unanswered.
Yes, we need security. We need some cameras, and we need someone to at least pretend as if you care.
It's just discouraging. It is just discouraging. When they changed the windows, before they changed the windows, I had bars there, iron bars put to the window. So even if somebody was to break the window, they couldn't get inside. But what we need here is we need light, and we need security.
And for many of those vendors, the constant worrying is frustrating. Some say they can't even sleep at night, wondering if their stalls will be targeted next.
Look like every couple of days you come in, somebody's shop is breaking into. So in a state like that, you don't know when they will come back in your business and carry your stuff.
I mean, I feel bad over this morning because, you know, you just get a couple of jewelry put there to help, and that's the only thing. Sometimes they're coming by a little jewelry or a little souvenir off the table.
Now our ZNS News team reached out to officials at the Ministry of Agriculture who say they will provide an official comment at a later date. Meanwhile, vendors stress that until real security measures are in place, they fear the market will remain an easy target. In other news, the Royal Bahamas Police Force Division in the Northern Bahamas are in search of 4 wanted men who are considered armed and dangerous for a wide array of matters. Our Matthew Martinborough shares more details in this report.
Pay close attention here. The Royal Bahamas Police Force is releasing an all-points bulletin for 4 men in connection to various matters in the north. Recently surrendering to police, Eugene Javardo McPhee, also known by the alias Puppy Chow, is wanted by the Southwestern Division on Grand Bahama for stealing and threats of death. McPhee, a resident of 106 Candlefish Street in Carvel Beach, is described to be 5 feet 11 inches in height, of average build, and medium brown complexion. D'Angelo Dino Dean of number 9 Manawa Circle, also known by aliases Didi or Fat Boy, is wanted by the Southwestern Division on Grand Bahama for stealing. He is 35 years old and is described as standing at 5 feet 11 with a heavy build of medium brown complexion. Julian Taylor of Strawn's Alley in New Providence and Marsh Harbor, Abaco. The 35-year-old male is wanted by Abaco police for grievous harm and is described with a slim build, medium brown complexion. However, his height is unknown. Omar Eduardo Roll of Mayfield Park is wanted by Southwestern Division Police on Grand Bahama for stealing from a vehicle. The 49-year-old male is described to be 5 feet 5 inches in height, of thin build, with a medium brown complexion. He is also known to go by the alias Rob. All of these men are considered to be armed and dangerous, and it is advised to approach with caution. If you see any of these wanted men, please call the Criminal Investigation Department at 350-3106 or 350-3088, or please dial 911. For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Matthew Martinborough.
And still to come.
After nearly 3 decades of shaping young minds, one educator prepares for a new leadership role. That story, sports, and more when we come back.
Imagine a world where every brand knows your name and every store awaits your arrival. Elite shopping, travel where luxury is a lifestyle and every journey feels like home. Dine where every flavor is just for you, every table reserved, and every moment a taste of perfection. Make every big moment even bigger. Experience banking where wealth isn't just managed, it's maximized. Step into a world without limits. Commonwealth Bank, leader in personal banking services.
Come on down and see what Dolly Madison has in store for you. Renovate and rejuvenate at Dolly Madison.
Save more drugs, from cosmetics to prosthetics. What you need for your family, the brands you're looking for, the quality you expect, vitamins you need, and prescriptions you came for. Feel the love. Save more at Save More Drugs.
It's Do It Center's 2-day sale this Friday, October 31st and November 1st, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. 20% off store-wide. Shop and win amazing prizes. Located in 43 Freeport Industrial Park, Grand Bahama Highway.
Grand Bahama, get ready. This is yours truly, Pastor Laquez Williams, inviting you to a live concert at Jubilee Cathedral this November 16th at 6 p.m. Live in concert with Peter Key, How I Cross Over, and Bishop Simeon Outen, and many others. You don't want to miss it. We will also have special appearance by Sunland Baptist Academy students. Part proceeds goes to Sunland Baptist Academy renovation. You don't want to miss this amazing concert.
Ooh.
Welcome to Freeport Jewelers.
Hi. This is nice. Thank you. Oh, this is a nice piece. I deserve something good this month.
That is a nice piece, Angel M, but peace of mind is better.
All right, I think I'm working too hard. Now these are really...
Get the breast cancer screening, Angel M.
Okay, now I going crazy.
Screenings are quick, safe, and can save your life.
Even my conscience sounds fabulous.
Remember, early detection is your best protection. Brought to you by the ladies of Power 104.5 FM and 810 AM The Light.
Your number one team in the North. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
Welcome back. After nearly 3 decades shaping young minds, Africa Karamo Miller is stepping into a new leadership role, one she is walking into with heart and purpose. She says the most rewarding part of teaching is seeing the impact on her students. Our Raven Davis brings us her inspiring journey.
After nearly 3 decades in education, Africa Karamo Miller is preparing to take on a new challenge, principal of Harbor Island All-Age School. In just a few days, she'll board a flight to begin this exciting new chapter of leadership and service. Miller is a beloved figure in the education community, the daughter of 2 educators and someone who admits teaching was not her first calling.
You know, my passion is music, and one time I wanted to be a doctor, but I felt like the Most High was calling me into that profession. So I've been in the professions for 28 years, actually. So yes, it's been a while, and so I've enjoyed it, and I feel like if I have something to give the best version of myself to the students.
Throughout her career, Miller has worn many hats, roles she says have shaped her into the seasoned leader she is today.
I was National Teacher of the Year. That was about 10-15 years ago. I was Spanish teacher, so I was a department coordinator, then senior mistress. I was at Jack Hayward. That broke me in for senior mistress, but I loved the culture there. Then I went back to Sister Mary, where I was teaching, and as senior mistress. Then I went back to Jack Hayward as vice principal. Then I recently was transferred to 8 Mile Rock as vice principal. And all those experiences have been rewarding. I think you build bonds with the teachers. And, you know, you all have a common goal, trying to basically build these children up and help them reach academic success.
Miller is among other educators recently promoted in the district. As she prepares to lead the Harbor Island All-Age School, she says she's both excited and grounded about the move.
So I'm just looking to see what I can bring to the table. Sometimes if you go into a situation, you try to change it, it causes more problems. You don't have to get to learn the community, and I'm very community-minded. So I'm just, like I said, I'm just going to network and do the best I can.
She also acknowledges that teaching can be a challenging profession, one that demands patience, dedication, and heart. To fellow educators who may feel weary, she offers this encouragement.
The monetary aspect will never commiserate with what you are worth, and so you have to be in this profession for more than just money. So I want to encourage them, because other people, you know, when they work in professions, they're not directly impacting human beings. We have the ability to change the trajectory of the country based on the children that we impact.
Now for Miller, the true reward is seeing the impact she's made. And now as she steps into leadership at Harbor Island All-Age School, she looks forward to guiding a new generation of students who may one day come back to tell their stories. For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Raven Davis.
Congratulations, that's my old Spanish teacher. In other news, a groundbreaking event is shedding light on the link between spirituality and mental health. The Prophetic Mental Health Conference was designed for those considered highly sensitive, offering tools to better understand and manage spiritual experiences in healthy ways. Host Rudolph McKinney highlighting the value of creating spaces like this to promote education and emotional well-being.
Outside of the Bahamian culture, persons that hear things and see things are usually considered to be in psychosis. But as a Bahamian culture, we know that if we dream, see something, or we hear an disembodied voice, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but we learn to deal with it. Or you hear your grandmother's voice, people will say you're hallucinating. And even though it's kind of one of those silent things that's allowed, more and more with being influenced by Western culture, it seems to be a problem. So we just want to affirm persons that it's not a problem, it's a natural way that we are, and there is a community to speak about it, and this is how you can be healthy mentally whilst engaging in those realities.
We also spoke with several presenters about their topics, including Tanika Smith from Winter Haven, Florida, who discussed the importance of exercise, and Dr. Andy Lang, who presented on religious trauma.
A lot of times people don't
understand the importance of exercise and how that can help them decompress, helps them with anxiety, helps them just manage their emotions. It's all tied into one thing.
It's very, very important that we know what religious trauma is so that we're able to recognize it and we're able to name it and call it what it really is.
And that is a look at stories making news. Shane, what's happening in sports?
Listen, there's a running joke that VJ may be called the generator, but he's definitely generating some buzz for Philadelphia.
Absolutely. I watched that game last night. That's coming your way next?
Yes, definitely.
All right, that's coming up. But first, a check on weather.
Find relief from common health concerns such as headaches, back pain, chronic inflammation, and more? How about improved sleep, boost energy, and improve overall well-being? Check out RA Balance Bahamas and get your body into balance with biomagnetic therapy. For all our social links, contacts, or to request an appointment, visit rabalancebahamas.com.
At Save More Drugs, we got you. We got what you want. We got what you need. We got what you came for. The quality you expect. The prices you need and deserve. Save more at Save More Drugs.
Strength isn't claimed, it's built. At Heroic Concrete, every block is made with purpose. Crafted to protect, poured to endure. From ready-mix to premium 8-inch blocks, we supply the strength our nation needs. Proudly made in Grand Bahama, built for hurricanes, built for legacy. Creating products to bring value to our lives and strength to our future. Call 820-4376 or email sales@heroicgrouplimited.com.
Hey, what are you doing?
I'm self-insuring my investments, starting with this tarp.
We all remember the blue tarps after the storm. Let's make sure that we are covered with more than a tarp. Don't allow your investment to be at risk. Protect your investment with one of our insurance policies.
Nobody does it better.
What's happening, ladies and gents? I'm Shane Stubbs with your evening sports lineup. Leading off, tennis veteran Larica Russell is officially enshrined as a member of the Southern Nazarene University's Hall of Fame. Russell left quite the impression on the coaches during her tenure and is now seen as one of the greatest to ever do it on that campus.
My time at SMU shaped me in ways I'm still discovering. I especially want to thank Coach Joe Lloyd. From the beginning, he believed in me. This Hall of Fame moment isn't just for me. It's for my family, my country, my coaches, my community, and every young athlete who dares to dream.
Coach Phil White was told she'd be the best player he'd ever coach, and based on the resume she built, Russell proved to be one of the best all-around athletes he'd ever mentor.
She played the #1 singles and doubles position for 4 years and won the Intercollegiate Tennis Association's Small College Championship 3 times. Eureka led the SMU women's tennis team to 4 straight NAI National Championship tournament appearances, which included a Final Four appearance in 2005.
Congrats to the Hall of Famer. Next off the bench is the Agape Christian annual Tip-Off Basketball Classic over in Abaco, where the C.I. Gibson Rattlers left the competition snake-bitten. They sweep both the junior and senior titles back to New Providence. The junior boys quieted the Agape Eagles 50-30. Keyshawn Dean and Adnel Pierre were the treacherous twins, scoring 13 points apiece in the win, with Pierre being named the MVP. On the senior boys side, the Rattlers dusted Charles W. Saunders by a final score of 76-26. Darius Hanna and Mario Rule both poured in 21 points apiece, but Rule would take home MVP honors. Closing things out, sticking with hoops, Valdez VJ Edgecombe continuing to generate a whole lot of buzz for the Philadelphia 76ers. The team improved to 3-0 on the season after bringing the Orlando Magic show to a close, 136-124. His 26 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 assists was the pride of Bimini's latest contribution to his Rookie of the Year campaign. He also adds to his historical start as he is now the first guard to average 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists through his first 3 career games. The Sixers will play the second of a back-to-back tonight against the Washington Wizards. That's my time, ladies and gents, but your Facebook friend of the day is next. I'm Shane Stubbs. Get you on the rebound.
Save more drugs. We got you. From cosmetics to prosthetics. What you need for your family. The brands you're looking for. The quality you expect. The prices you need and deserve. Feel the love. Save more at Save More Drugs.
Here are some tips for having your home ready for a hurricane. Keep all trees and shrubs trimmed. Bring in all outdoor furniture, plants, or any other items that may become airborne due to high winds. Cover windows and doors with hurricane shutters or pre-cut plywood. Clear drains and gutters. And remember to secure important documentation in case you have to evacuate. Don't be caught off guard this hurricane season. Be prepared.
In the Bahamas, we're connected by more than just our islands. Now we're connected by Sand Dollar. It moves with you across many digital wallets. It doesn't matter if you use Bank of the Bahamas, Cash and Go, Island Pay, Canoe, Mobile Assist, MoneyMax, SunCash, or Omni. Sand Dollar, one currency and many wallets. It's inclusive, convenient, secure, and uniquely Bahamian. Embrace the future. Available for everyone on all Bahamian digital wallet apps.
Your number one team in the North. Only the sun covers the Bahamas better.
And just before we close, we know that at this very hour, several countries are being impacted by Hurricane Melissa. We do want to send our thoughts and prayers out to those persons that are being impacted and remind you to tune into the ZNS network all day tomorrow. Our coverage begins at 6 a.m. and will end at about 11:30, and we'll continue to bring you updates on that storm. And that's going to do it for us here in the North. I'm Ramiko Knowles.
I'm Shane Stubbs.
Thanks so much for watching. Here's a live look at the Bahamas tonight, coming your way next.
News is brought to you by the new BTC. Fiber is here. Faster, stronger, more reliable. Together, we are unstoppable. Switch today.
Coming up in the Bahamas tonight, keeping calm in the face of crisis. We hear from Bahamians trapped in Jamaica amid monstrous Melissa's devastating landfall. Plus, the coroner called in following a sister's horrifying discovery. And the fate of an abandoned baby, now the focus of discussions among social services officials. The Bahamas tonight, the National Report starts now. Well, as fared the brunt of Melissa, unleashed on Jamaica today, leaving behind damage and destruction. The storm came ashore western Jamaica before noon, leaving many on that island nation of 2.9 million without electricity. Many roads are flooded or washed, and waterways and bridges are overflowing as roofs were carried away, including that of the hospital. International reports are that 3 people died prior to Melissa's arrival. Conditions, though, are still too dangerous for an assessment as flooding risk remains. ZNS News spoke with State Minister in Jamaica's Office of the Prime Minister, Senator Abka Fitz-Henley, as Melissa continued to batter the island.
Original path of Hurricane Melissa a few days ago had indicated a direct hit on Kingston. That did not transpire. However, unfortunately for our neighboring parishes, about 50-60 miles away in St. Elizabeth on the south coast of Jamaica, southwestern coast to be exact, the eye of the hurricane made landfall in St. Elizabeth, an area called, well, in the vicinity of Black River. And it is much devastation down there. St. Elizabeth is important to Jamaica, as are many areas, but St. Elizabeth in particular, because our economy depends heavily on tourism and agriculture. And St. Elizabeth is known as the breadbasket parish, heavily agricultural dependent in terms of the vocation and the livelihood of people who live there.
Well, keeping calm in the face of crisis, a Bahamian pastor, a former Marine, and an opposition senator all doing their best to keep fears down and faith up as catastrophic Hurricane Melissa bears down.
Well, just as meteorologists predicted, conditions in Jamaica deteriorated overnight with hammering winds of between 115 and 120 miles per hour, along with deadly rain. Eleuthera resident Pastor Diallo Ingram, one of several Bahamians riding out the storm in the Hyatt Dreams Rose Hall in Montego Bay, following a destination wedding this past weekend where he served as the officiant. Now, up to the time we spoke, Ingram said he'd seen no significant damage to the all-inclusive resort.
Of course, paint coming off the walls, the open bar area that is actually exposed, the installation came off of that, and trees may be compromised. But at this point, we're just praying and hoping for the best.
Pastor Ingram says in the midst of Mother Nature's fury, though, he's most comforted by the fact that he and his wife are not alone and that he will not allow fear to paralyze him.
I guess the consolation is that we are here with family members. We are here with a good cadre of Bahamians. It is a collective effort. We got together yesterday. We opened with prayer. We tried to keep everyone calm as much as possible. We had the other members working on financial assistance where it was needed. I think I heard Senator Fitz-Henley say, we don't want to be here, but we think we're here with a good group of people who have a large, diverse set of skill sets. So I think that helps,
What also helps is the fact that the pastor and others have created a group chat, are aware of each other's rooms, and have encouraged Bahamians who came to Jamaica alone to buddy up. Having weathered the catastrophic impact of 2019's Hurricane Dorian, F&M Senator Darren Henfield is well aware of what they're up against.
We're faring well, everybody's in good spirits, and we're riding out the storm. We're trusting God and believing, not only for us, but also for the people of Jamaica, that we're going to be okay at the end of the day.
Melissa is one of the most powerful storms on record to hit Jamaica.
It's time now for your first look at the tropic, and it's brought to you by the Disaster Risk Management Authority. And in the tropics, we continue to track Hurricane Melissa. A very powerful storm made landfall on the southwest coast of Jamaica earlier today, and the eye is now starting to move off the north coast of Jamaica. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, the center of circulation was some 15 miles just to the east of Montego Bay, moving towards the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. So it has increased in that forward speed, and we expect some additional increase in that forward speed during the course of the night and tomorrow. You can see those feeder bands already starting to work their way across eastern Cuba. Should be making landfall on Cuba late tonight or during the early morning hours, perhaps as a Category 4 as we switch to our next graphic. Right now, Category 4, so it has decreased in strength. Now packing winds of 145 miles per hour, haven't been up to 185 miles per hour as it made landfall on Jamaica. And this Category 4 will make landfall, as we said, during the early morning hours of Wednesday on the southeast coast of Cuba. And we hope that the mountainous terrain of Cuba can further weaken the system, perhaps getting it down to a Category 1 before it emerges into the waters of the Bahamas by tomorrow morning. But most of our computer models are suggesting that it will be somewhere around a Category 2 as it treks through the southeastern parts of our country. In terms of the wind field, Inagua, Ragged Island, they will begin to experience some increase in winds up the tropical storm force late tonight. We're talking about after 10, 11 o'clock tonight, and that will continue to go downhill as we head into tomorrow morning. As far as the hurricane force winds are concerned, it is confined to a very small area, just about a 30-mile radius across the eye of that system, and the only islands we anticipate will experience hurricane force winds will be Crooked Island, Long Key, and Ackless. Those are the grouping of islands that will get those hurricane force winds. Elsewhere, tropical storm force winds will be experienced throughout the central and southeastern parts of the country throughout tomorrow, and we anticipate that by midnight tomorrow, Melissa will be pulling away from the Bahamas. Makushla.
Well, thanks, Basil. Now, Inagua, our southernmost island with the biggest population in the Maikal constituency, is tonight a ghost town with hundreds scrambling to escape the wrath of Hurricane Melissa. The last flight to leave Inagua brought in our cameraman Victor Adderley and reporter Lloyd Allen. Lloyd joins us live in studio with this update. Lloyd?
Well, good evening, Makusha, and good evening, Bahamas. And you're right, we just made it in just over an hour ago. And as the Bahamas braces for what is predicted to be an unusual impact from Hurricane Melissa, hundreds have been flown into the capital from those islands in the path of that destructive storm. Now, Executive Chairman of the Disaster Risk Management Authority, Alex Storr, says his team has been working overtime to ready resources for the arrival of those evacuees.
We've had 430 people come in yesterday. So far today, this is about the 4th or 5th flight for the day. So we're looking at the number probably over 700. But all those persons are not currently in the shelters. Some have opted to stay with family members on the island. I think the number I heard this morning is about 200 people in the shelters, and they are at the New Providence Community Center. It was tough work. We have a hard-working team led by Managing Director Aaron Sargent. His team put it together. Logistically, it was a nightmare, but they worked it through, got aircraft on the islands that they needed to be to make sure that we got as much people and everybody that wants to come off of those islands.
Now, also on that flight that we just came in, Makushla, Inagua Island Administrator Quiana Gibson, who also evacuated along with law enforcement, has evacuated the island, confirming that the final flight out of that island arrived just after 5, with some persons deciding to remain, who, as of today, will ride through the storm or its impact without electricity from the Bahamas Power and Light Company.
A little over 400 residents remain on island that would have chosen not to be evacuated. And at this time, the power has been disconnected, but residents would have been advised as a notice would have been circulated within the community prior to disconnection. Okay, so the final destination is here in Nassau. We had about 130 persons that would have been evacuated on this last flight, and they would be taken to the various shelters that are activated throughout Nassau.
Now, as you and the Bahamas could imagine, it was a busy day for the DRMA, as well as those evacuees coming in from those islands. And as I was on that flight, overhearing many of those persons' concerns of where they will be. But of course, you know, many of those persons are positioned now at a number of stations that have been erected by the government to house them as the storm passes through the country. But of course, we'll have more in this story over the course of the next few days. Makushla?
Well, thanks, Lloyd. Now, over in Acklands, administrator there, Herman Gilbert, says air transport from that island began Monday and continued early this morning.
From 7 a.m. this morning, we have been doing so with the help of Inter-Caribbean, who's been flying persons into Inagua and then they went on a larger jet that flew them into Nassau. The mood is relaxed now because the majority of the people were able to get out of this danger zone and now into a more safe and secure area. Grateful for the collaboration. I want to thank the community for cooperating with my team here on the ground as we organized and we had a smooth operation today. Also, special thanks to Intercaribbean. Even they added on additional flights just to accommodate us to make sure that all souls that needed to be evacuated was evacuated.
Neighboring Crooked Island also preparing for the storm, which is expected to be downgraded to a Category 2 or 3 after passing through Jamaica and Cuba's mountains. Here's Administrator Kate Williamson.
It's a 48-seat flighter, the United Caribbean flight. Went in there, and 48 passengers, and we expect 2 Bahamas Air in there, 48-seat passengers will be boarding those, and 1 other private aircraft with 40 seats. So that will bring us to about a total of 184. We had about 141 persons checked in.
We can also tell you tonight that Bahamas Power and Light has proactively shut down its plants in Long Key, Inagua, Crooked Island, and Salina Point, Acklands, while Ragged Island's power plant is scheduled for shutdown following the completion of evacuation orders. Meantime, most of BPL's Southern Bahamas employees have been evacuated to New Providence. BPL has promised to continue monitoring the situation on the ground in other islands that are expected to feel the storm's impact.
Once conditions get around 40 miles an hour, we'll begin a controlled shutdown at both the Spring Point operation and the Long Island operation. That's to be able to safeguard the grid, to safeguard the power station and the generators. After that, then our employees obviously will evacuate the plants, return to their family, and then once the all clear is given, assessment will be made, and then we begin restoring supply to consumers.
Hurricane Melissa forcing Bahamas Air to adjust its flight schedule. Those changes call for cancellations to flights UP 377 servicing San Salvador and Long Island, UP 370 to Georgetown, Exuma, UP 402 to Crooked Island and Acklands, and UP 374 to Georgetown, Exuma, all originally scheduled for Wednesday, October 29th. Operations are expected to resume once conditions improve and it is safe to fly. However, those customers requiring assistance with itinerary changes are encouraged to contact Bahamas Air's reservations department, and that's at 702-4140. Visit any of its city ticket offices or email the airline's customer relations department at customerrelations@bahamasair.com.
Over the past 3 days, we would have operated some 9 flights carrying over 600 persons. This includes flights from Kingston, Jamaica for our college students, as well as flights from Inagua, Acklands, Crooked Islands to New Providence. This is one of the main reasons for Bahamas Air, in that we help in time of need of hurricanes. And also we look forward to assisting the Disaster Recovery Management, DRM, in also moving these persons back to the islands once the hurricane has passed.
Coming up, the details of a family member's shocking discovery. You're watching the Bahamas Tonight, the National Report. That and more in a moment.
Step into a life of luxury and convenience with the Commonwealth Bank Platinum Card. From earning premium cashback rewards on every dollar spent to enjoying comprehensive travel insurance, shop with confidence, knowing your purchases are protected. Our Platinum Concierge service turns your requests into reality, wherever life takes you. Let the Commonwealth Bank Platinum Card be your passport to exceptional experiences. Commonwealth Bank, leader in personal banking services.
The
the new KFC fill-up box, serving 6 juicy pieces of chicken, 4 buttery biscuits, crispy fries to share, and 12 premium original recipe KFC nuggets, all packed into one crave-worthy box. So dig in and do whatever the crunch you want with the KFC fill-up box. Only at KFC, it's finger-licking good.
While others see customers as numbers, we see our customers as people, neighbors, friends who deserve more than one-sided connections. That's why we are redefining what real connection is by prioritizing our customers and showing our appreciation by putting our money where your loyalty is. ATC customers, claim your $200 Bahamas Air gift card when you add postpaid mobile to your internet plan. That's loyalty that flows both ways.
Honey barbecue, sweet and spicy on noon. Signature hot wings. What's your flavor? Roasted garlic parmesan, tastes so good, chicken. Those pepper wings.
Now available at Popeyes in Nassau.
Wake up in the morning and I take a walk outside. I see the sunshine, I see a new day, and that feeling puts a smile right on my face. I know just what to do, go to the paint place. So if you wanna clean it right the first time, go to the paint place, stop at the paint place. And if you want it to last a lifetime, go to the paint place, stop at the paint place.
Find your future with certificate courses from the University of the West Indies. Fast and affordable, our courses give you the skills to get hired, promoted, and ahead of the game. Choose project management, supervisory management, law for human resources, business and commercial law, and even technical skills like Canva design, web design, and computer repair and networking. Register now at global.uwi.edu/Bahamas or WhatsApp 456-6687. The University of the West Indies, Global Campus, the Bahamas.
Blessings gonna find me here.
You're looking at a shot there of Jaws Beach in western New Providence. The location was used in the James Bond thriller Thunderball, shot in the 1960s. That shot by drone pilot Matthias Clare. Well, the spotlight again on mental health as police piece together the circumstances surrounding an apparent suicide on Chanel Avenue off Soldier Road this morning. Briefing the media on the scene, Inspector Gerard Culmer of the RBPF's Public Affairs and Communications Department.
Initial reports revealed that around 6:30 a.m., a family member contacted police control room that their relative, a male in his early 30s, appeared to be lifeless. As a result, police responded. EMS also responded. EMS began life-saving initiatives trying to resuscitate the victim. However, negative results.
All investigations are only in the preliminary stages. Culmer says the case is consistent with a suicide.
The body was found in a state where you can see it appears that he was suffocated as far as on loose from hanging. We're going to ask that if you think that you have a family member that is not feeling well or has made thoughts or expressed thoughts of committing suicide, I'm going to ask that you give them a wellness check every so often. One death is one too many. I'm going to ask persons to reach out to the Bahamas Crisis Center at 328-0922. Again, 328-0922.
Meantime, what happens now that an abandoned newborn has been rescued and is thriving in hospital? Well, in this next report, LaDawn Davis speaks with social services on placement and possible adoption.
Maybe she felt inadequate, unable to prepare, not ready for this big step in life.
That's the view of officer in charge of the child placement unit, Ella Bain, on what may have driven a young mother to abandon her newborn baby. She says a lack of support from the child's father and family are other contributing factors. In terms of the child, Bain says a newborn baby boy is said to be in good health at the Princess Margaret Hospital and will remain there for a few weeks until medical observations are completed. Now, while the act of abandonment is against the law, Bain shares that the mother reconnection with her baby is not off the table.
She can call our office if needs be, and we can talk with her, and we can guide her, and who knows, maybe reunite her with the child if she's at that point now where she's reconsidering what she's done.
But if that does not happen and family members refuse to come forward, the child will be placed in the care of social services.
One of those units would refer that child to my unit, which is the child placement unit. And what we will then do is place that child up for adoption.
Several Bahamians have inquired about adopting the newborn baby boy found here in bushes on Marshall Road on Monday, but Bain says there are a lot of steps they must follow before they can legally adopt.
Once we've done our due diligence, they go before our adoption foster care committee, where they will be either approved or not approved. Once they are approved, there is a waiting list.
According to Bain, there are 25 people still on the waiting list to adopt, and this year alone, the department has seen a reduction in the numbers as a substantial amount of children have been placed in loving family homes.
The numbers of children available, it's not as much as persons believe. Most persons look at the children's homes and say, oh, lots of children available. But most of those children at the homes are not available. They're being managed by the Child Protection Unit.
For the Bahamas Tonight, I'm LaDon Davis.
In other news this evening, ahead of submitting his nomination to represent the Progressive Liberal Party in the November 24th Golden Isles constituency by-election, Progressive Liberal Party Senator Darren Pickstock has resigned from the upper chamber, effective immediately. In a statement, the young politician reflected on his journey from humble beginnings to a career in law, business, and public service. He thanked Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis for the opportunity to serve and praised Senate President Lachelle Adderley for faith-driven leadership and example. The now former senator, says his decision to step down comes after much prayer and reflection, adding that he now feels called to serve closer to the people, working directly with families, small businesses, and young Bahamians seeking change. Well, the PLP leader tells supporters that next month's by-election is a must-win to continue the party's progress since 2021. This as the Progressive Liberal Party readies for the 2026 general election. Desmond Saunders reports of their Southwest link-up last evening.
The Progressive Liberal Party's link-up Monday held as the governing party seeks to reclaim the Golden Isles seat within the Southwest District during the upcoming November 24th by-election. That seat left vacant following the death of former Member of Parliament Von Miller. Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis used a rally platform to speak directly to Golden Isles constituents.
The world has plenty of performers. Plenty of people who love to hear their own voice. But the people who get things done, that is rare. You don't find them often. That is the kind of person that Golden Isles deserves. Someone who gets things done.
I am Darren Pickstock, a husband, a father, and I am running on my record. As chairman of BAIC, I've helped small businesses, small farmers, and young entrepreneurs grow their businesses, secure land, and get funding to start their own venture that promote Bahamian talent.
The PLP leader says a vote for the PLP's Golden Isles candidate, Senator Darren Pickstock, is a continuation of the party's progress. He also outlined a laundry list of his government's accomplishments and reminded supporters of the party's work ahead.
Look around your communities. We still see many challenges, but we can also see the changes. Homes rising where empty lots once stood. You had heard it earlier from the Minister of Public Service, Pierre Glover. Over 50 labor agreements signed. Promotions for public service restored. Increments restored. 2 new hospitals underway. A school breakfast program, making sure our precious children start their day right. The National Youth Guard training, a new generation for work and service. Nationwide energy upgrades.
Senator Pickstock will officially submit his nomination papers to contest next month's by-election this Friday at Anatole Rogers High School. Desmond Saunders of Bahamas Tonight.
This portion of the news is brought to you by Folk Call Smart Pass, the smart way to pay at the pump.
Make
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janays.com.
Things may be tough, but Wendy's got you covered. Grab a day single or chicken sandwich with a junior fries and 16-ounce beverage for just $6.95. Why choose less from the other guys when you can get more? At Wendy's, we're providing bigger bites and better deals. So purchase your Tings Tough Value Meal today. Now available at all locations excluding the airport and food truck.
A digital wave is making its mark across the Bahamas. From Grand Bahama to Inagua, Bahamians are embracing smarter ways to pay. The Pay Fast, Live Digital campaign, launched by the Central Bank of the Bahamas and the Clearing Banks Association, is bringing safe, fast, and convenient payment solutions to every island, from online banking to mobile wallets.
We had an incredible turnout, so it gave us an opportunity to have a conversation that they can also be a part of and appreciate.
Remember, people over 60 and around 60, the fear that you talk about, we understand, and we have persons to be able to assist with that.
I learned that digital banking is going to be one of the biggest ways that us as Bahamian kids will benefit in the future.
It has to start somewhere, and this is a good start.
We're empowering communities, one town hall at a time, for families, for businesses, for you. Let's live digital.
Bahamas, get ready to celebrate 25 years of Rhythm and Power. It's the State Jungle Group 25 years of music concert featuring live performances by KB, Carl McDonald, Dyson Knight, and D-Mac. With music by DJ Red and DJ Pressure. November 1st, 8 p.m. sharp at the farm on Marshall Road. Grab your tickets now at BahamasEtickets.com. Call or WhatsApp for tickets 424-6433 or 477-0191. Sponsored by Island Upkeep, J.S. Johnson, Gatorade, Today & Co., The Farm, and Chris Simonin and Associates.
Introducing the Focal Smart Pass app that helps you to fuel up faster. Here's how it works. Download the app on the App Store or get it on Google Play and create your profile with payment details. Visit your nearest Shell station, open the app, scan the pump's QR code, select your payment amount, and begin fueling. Say goodbye to cash and cards because the Focal Smart Pass offers secure and convenient payment options right at your fingertips. Download Focal Smart Pass now and fuel up faster today.
This portion of the news is brought to you by 700 Wines and Spirits, bringing celebration across the nation.
Well, Access Now certainly have something in store for you. For a teaser, we toss it now to Royston and Milena.
Good evening, Makushla. A teaser indeed. Now, I know you haven't gotten your costume, but Access Ween continues on Access Now this week.
Well, yes, we've got Jessica Edgecombe in the house today who's going to be teaching us about a little bit of spooky makeup, because, you know, you get your costume,
yes,
but you have to follow through, like, depending on the costume you get, like, yes, commit.
Commit to it
so
fully.
she's going to show us some really scary makeup tonight. We can't wait to see it.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm hoping to learn some tips and tricks with that makeup. Stay with us. The Bahamas Tonight, the National Report continues after this.
Diet-friendly special.
As an athlete, I've learned that success isn't built on extras. It's built on the essentials. Strength, discipline, smart choices. That's why I'm proud to partner with Bahama Health to introduce Essential 300. a comprehensive health insurance plan that's all about covering what truly matters. Essential 300 is Bahama Health's most affordable major medical plan for groups and individuals. It offers access to a specialized network of care with essential benefits like preventative services, because real strength starts with staying healthy. You may not be training for a race, but everyone deserves strong and affordable coverage with Essential 300. With Bahama Health, you can feel good about your health plan and protect what truly matters, your health.
For more information, call 396-1350 or visit www.bahamahealth.com.
During Little Caesars Carnival of Specialties, you're gonna want to try everything.
Like wearing a Balloon Man costume?
Or turning into a tuba? No! Like trying all the varieties from the Carnival of Specialties at a special price for a limited time, only at Little Caesars.
For just $13 VAT inclusive, get it now at Little Caesars, Oaksfield, Carmichael Road, East Street South, Charles Saunders Highway, and Prince Charles in the One East Plaza.
Pizza.
Our company offers a simple philosophy, open hands. What do open hands mean? If you keep your hands closed, nothing comes in, nothing goes out. If you keep your hands open, a lot of things comes in, a lot of things goes out. We cannot expect to be a successful company without blessing our community and blessing our country.
My good friend and valued client, Dominic Stirrup, approached me following a meeting we had and told me of the idea that he had of feeding 10,000 Bahamians on Thanksgiving.
There was a lot of details to put together, had to figure out how to get it done. But at the end, it was worth it. At the end, it gave me a heart of gratitude to know that our company is reaching out to so many persons.
We invite you on a journey to witness an extraordinary chapter in the story of the Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, a tale of compassion, unity, and the true spirit of Thanksgiving.
Registering for the advanced poll? Listen up. 2 deadlines are looming. Overseas voters must apply by Thursday, October 30th. Special voters have until Thursday, November 6th. Who qualifies? An overseas voter is a Bahamian eligible to vote from abroad, like students studying overseas and certain government personnel posted outside the Bahamas, along with qualifying spouses and immediate family. A special voter is someone who may be unable to vote in person on election day, including those 65 and older, hospitalized or in a care facility, pregnant, or who have recently given birth, traveling or stationed overseas on election day, candidates and their spouses, election workers, and parliamentary registration employees. For the full list of who qualifies and how to apply, click the link in the caption or pause the screen. Don't miss your deadline. Apply for the advanced poll today.
Well, before we leave this programming note, be sure to tune in to the ZNS Network tomorrow for continuing coverage of Hurricane Melissa as it nears the Bahamas. At 6 a.m., it's the Good Morning Bahamas show with Hope Shelley-Ann. At 7:30 a.m., the ZNS Morning Report will be simulcast on both radio and TV. The same in the case of Immediate Response with Spence Finlayson from 10 a.m. to noon. From noon to 6 p.m., there's continuing coverage again on both radio and TV. From 6 to 6:30, it's What's Trending, Tracking Melissa. 6:30 to 7 p.m., the Northern Edition will take over from Grand Bahama. And from 7 to 8 p.m., it's the Bahamas Tonight. At 8 p.m., Clint Watson is up with the rundown. And from 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., it's continuing coverage of Hurricane Melissa on radio and TV. At 11 p.m., you can tune into the Bahamas Tonight with Corvell Pfeiffer. That does it for the National Report, but stay close. The Bahamas Tonight continues with Access Now.
In this episode of Women in Power, Vision in Action, Bahamas Power and Light CEO Tony Seymour continues to chart a course for progress, one grounded in unity. From the boardroom to the power station, her vision brings every member of the BPL family together, working as one to power a stronger, brighter Bahamas.
When I first took office, there was a lot of industrial tension and unrest. Bringing industrial harmony into BPL was one of my first objectives.
I've been CEO who's been implementing new stuff such as a One BPL, which means so much to us.
Continuing as One BPL, we are powering the nation into progress.
As we continue to build for better and move towards our new energy era, with the installation of the utility-scale solar in New Providence, a 20-megawatt farm is going to be just south of where we are now. And those solar panels will be used to charge the battery energy storage system that you see behind me. Now at sunset, when the sun goes down, or if there's a rain, shower, or cloud cover, then the batteries will begin to discharge to feed back into the network so that you don't see any disruption in your supply at home.
Putting her vision to action, CEO Tony Seymour is not only empowering people, she's driving vital upgrades to infrastructure, putting BPL in the position to meet the demands of a new energy era.
I would really like to see us get beyond 30% of renewable energy integration. I would like the energy sector to not be reliant on fossil fuels. While I know that there's still challenges with disposals of batteries and the like, I would like for us to get to a happy medium where you're not going to do away with conventional generation altogether, but for energy security purposes, I feel like we should have a diverse energy mix, which is why I'm a proponent of distributed generation, especially in the Family Islands where the communities are spread out, so that if one source of energy goes down for whatever reason, you have a backup. There's always a contingency. So I believe in contingency planning, I believe in renewable integration, and I believe in transforming BPL into an environmentally friendly utility.
Get to grow, keeping you in the know, keeping you in the know. God, that's good enough to eat, that is good to grow. It's good enough to eat, that is good to grow.
Andrew Seymour is keeping family traditions alive on the same land he grew up on. From a young age, Seymour learned to live off the earth, eating straight from the soil, as his father and mother, both devoted farmers, taught him the value of hard work and nurturing the land.
All of my upbringing was basically starting with the farm before you go to school, after school, back to the farm, and so forth. So all of that, I thought it was hard, but I've seen the worth of it. So I just decided, well, then I will just get involved and take over from what I was taught.
Seymour says there's nothing better than a meal from the soil.
Fresh green beans, dry bean for your soup, pigeon peas, pumpkin, you boil that, you don't need probably anything else. If you have a good one, you can just eat pumpkin and that's a meal. I grew up like that. And so I feel like carrying it on is the best way to go.
When it comes to crops, Seymour has clear priorities.
I focus on things that I can use from farm to plate. Like I say, the beans, you can preserve some bean for the season, and you don't have to go to a grocery store to buy all of these things. So I focus on crops like bean, corn, green beans, corn, green peas, pumpkin, watermelon, okras, cassava, things like that, that you can have ready when you want to have a meal.
But Seymour's farm is more than just vegetables. Seymour also raises goats for fresh mutton and both layer and broiler chickens for eggs and meat. With such a passion for the soil, he dreams big about the future.
I will probably be sending things off the packing house into Nassau on my own. Well, the business will grow beyond the packing house that I could, expand on my own into Nassau and try and feed some of my families who have to run to the grocery store for fresh produce and stuff.
Keeping you in the know with Good to Grow, I'm Leah Cooper.
Bahamar's Culinary Arts Festival is now history, but boy, those memories are going to live on for a long time. Our Matea Cunningham has a story.
And there's an update on BAMSI's method of growing crops, so stay close for that.
Plus, good news for Eastwoods Park. MP for the area, Fred Mitchell, has organized an upgrade of its playground equipment.
And coming up in sports, National Sports Month launched with the introduction of the latest Hall of Fame inductees.
Bahamas Tonight Access Now starts now.
Maya Angelou was an American memoirist, poet, and civil rights activist who said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." Good evening, I'm Royston Jones.
And I'm Marlena Leonard. Welcome to the Bahamas Tonight Access Now.
Of course, our prayers and thoughts are with our brothers and sisters in Jamaica who are really taking a pounding today from Hurricane Melissa.
Oh yeah, well, we're definitely seeing a lot of devastation happening there, and I think especially for those of us who went through Hurricane Dorian, we're definitely praying very hard for them. But on the brighter side of things here, Team Access Now is saying a big congratulations to our team member Travis Seymour, who was named Employee of the Quarter here at ZNS.
That's fantastic. Congratulations to you, Travis. Of course, it's very well deserved. And Jessica Edgem joins us tonight while she makes our Destiny Reed a spooky character. While she does that, let's dive right into the news. This weekend, Bahamar turned up the heat on food, fun, and creativity with its annual Bahamas Culinary and Arts Festival. From mouth-watering dishes and colorful cocktails to flamingos striking yoga poses and artists showcasing their work, the festival had something for everyone. Our Matea Cunningham was there to catch it all.
It was all vibes, flavor, and creativity this weekend as Bahamar hosted its annual Bahamas Culinary and Arts Festival, bringing together food, art, and culture for one unforgettable experience. The festival kicked off with a massive welcome night filled with dishes from around the world, from Asian cuisine to Bahamian favorites, and even a taste of Latin and Greek fusions. There was something for every foodie in the crowd. Amongst the food stood Bahamian rock legend Lenny Kravitz, ready to deliver a stellar performance. Bahamar turned up the fun with their signature flamingo yoga, a fan favorite that lets guests stretch, breathe, and vibe alongside the resort's famous pink flamingos.
It's always an amazing experience to interact with the birds. They're so beautiful, but it was also great to have some locals mixed into the class this year because I usually teach flamingo yoga here and it's always, tourists and guests. So it was great to have some locals in the class and everyone seemed to enjoy the experience. The birds were really well behaved and interactive, so that was great. They brought out some of my favorites today.
Then it was time to shake things up, literally. Award-winning mixologist Marv, Mr. Mix Cunningham, hosted his Get in the Mix with Mr. Mix class, teaching guests the art behind a great cocktail and the difference between a bartender and a true mixologist.
People want to feel at home. They want to feel like, their name is personable. This is what people want at bars. So I can identify mixologists all day, every day, but I'm a bartender.
And to top it all off, artists from across the Bahamas showcased their work at the Art Expo, turning creativity into connection through bold, colorful pieces and powerful stories.
So these pieces are ink on raw canvas. I took canvas to sacred sites on a Greek island called Ithaca, and I hung the canvas from olive trees, juniper trees, and pomegranate trees. And this is my painting of the shadows as they appeared and as they disappeared.
From tasty bites to brushstrokes and everything in between, Bahamar's Culinary and Arts Festival was a full weekend of flavor, fun, and pure Bahamian flair. For the Bahamas Tonight, I'm Matea Cunningham.
Thanks, Matea. Well, the Bahamas Agriculture and Marine Science Institute uses more than just traditional means of growing its crops. The institution also employs controlled environmental agriculture, using hydroponics to grow crops like a variety of lettuce, from butterleaf to green star lettuce and bok choy in its container farm. Aquaponics manager Cameron Lightbourne explains how long it takes for the lettuce to mature.
Usually the lettuce takes about 40 to 50 days, depending on the variety and how big you want them to get. You can actually cut them younger package them up and sell them as baby lettuce. You know, you can do a mix, a mixed leaf bag, or you can just cut them and use them as full heads. So it all depends on what you want to do, but about 40 to 50 days.
The lettuce are just some of the produce grown on the nearly 800-acre property. Lightbourne says they're a popular cash crop for BAMSI while also being more pocket-friendly.
A lot of times, you know, when the temperature gets too hot, you can't grow any lettuce because it's a cool water crop, a cool temperature crop, okay? So this provides us the opportunity to basically grow year-round, and those retailers that maybe don't want to look to import their lettuce, they can get it right here from us. So you won't have to pay those high taxes and duties, and you get whatever you get that's closer to the source is going to be more healthy and nutritious for you.
Now I'm looking forward to BAMSI lettuce and microgreens. Meanwhile, Fox Hill MP Fred Mitchell says upgrades to the Eastwood Park are all about creating a safe and fun space for children in the community. The laughter of children fill the newly upgraded Eastwood Park, a sound that Fred Mitchell says makes every improvement worth it.
This is part of the upgrade. You know, we did the gazebo. We just upgraded the state of the park itself. And the children's playground. And now we just got some new equipment for the children to make, because the swings had sort of worn out and the slide. It looks like the children are enjoying it, and that's what it's meant to do.
From new playground equipment to a refreshed look, Mr. Mitchell says the upgrades are a small investment with a big impact, giving neighborhood children a brighter, safer place to play. Still to come, this spooktacular event shows up 3 days in advance. Jessica Edgkin joins us tonight to transform Destiny Reed into something spooky. Yes, Halloween has started early here on Access Now. And of course, we can't ignore the fact that Hurricane Melissa is raging out there. So our meteorologist, Basil Dean, is out there with the latest in the tropics. So stay close.
Bing bang ding. Ding ding dong, bang bang bang, ding bang ding, bing bang ding, ding ding dong, bang bang bang, ding bang ding, ding bang ding, ding bang ding, ding ding dong.
Our company offers a simple philosophy, open hands. What do open hands mean? If you keep your hands closed, nothing comes in, nothing goes out. If you keep your hands open, a lot of things comes in, a lot of things goes out. We cannot expect to be a successful company without blessing our community and blessing our country.
My good friend and valued client, Dominic Stirrup, approached me following a meeting we had and told me of the idea that he had of feeding 10,000 Bahamians on Thanksgiving.
There was a lot of details to put together, had to figure out how to get it done. But at the end, it was worth it. At the end, it gave me a heart of gratitude to know that our company is reaching out to so many persons.
We invite you on a journey to witness an extraordinary chapter in the story of the Bahamas Striping Group of Companies, a tale of compassion, unity, and the true spirit of Thanksgiving.
The internet isn't just for surfing. There's a sea of shoppers buying online, and you can connect with them on Tingsy. Tingsy is the SBDC's online storefront built for Bahamians. Take your business to the next level by selling to customers online, both at home and around the world. People want Bahamian things, and if you got things to sell, sell on Tingsy. Find out how you can connect with a sea of buyers by visiting tingsybahamas.com.
time now for your Access Weather Forecast. And in the tropics, we continue to track Melissa. Melissa now pulling away from Jamaica. At least the eye has just moved off the north coast of Jamaica, and it has weakened over the last 3 hours. It's now back in winds of 125 miles per hour, and that puts it just about 50 miles to the east, northeast of Montego Bay, moving towards the north-northeast at 8 miles per hour. Feeder bands already starting to work their way across the southeast Bahamas, so we'll start to experience some rain showers in the southeast Bahamas tonight, and that will continue to increase as we head into tomorrow morning. And the forecast track taking it across Cuba during the late night, early morning hours, and hopefully Cuba can weaken it even further. We can get it down to Category 1. That will certainly be welcome, but we'll wait and see how that unfolds. But thereafter, in the morning, it's going to move into the waters of the southeast Bahamas, and that is when we expect those winds to start increasing, shower activity increasing. But the core of the hurricane force winds, I remind you, is confined to a very small area. And based on the tracking of this system, it seems as though only Crooked Island and Ackland's Long Key would perhaps experience those hurricane force winds. Elsewhere throughout the central and southeastern islands, they will experience some level of tropical storm force winds. Rainfall will be a significant factor. We're looking at up to 10 inches of rainfall over the next 2 days across the area. So that will result in flooding in those areas that are prone to flooding. And storm surge for Crooked Island, again, is another concern, particularly on the west and south coast of Crooked Island, where we can see those storm surge just rising up to about 6 or 8 feet, inundating the coastline of the western part of Crooked Island. Timeline for those hurricane force winds for Crooked Island, we're looking between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, so residents in Crooked Island should brace themselves for that timeline. And as we take you to our live weather radar, you can see those rain bands already starting to affect Inagua. Showers taking place here, spreading all the way into Long Island. Even Exuma's Crooked Island and Ackland already starting to feel those showers, and they will only get heavier as the night progresses. Boating forecast in the northwest and central islands tonight, light and variable winds, flat seas, and this is going to be just ahead of the storm. Low tide, 7:44 this evening for the southeast Bahamas, southeast winds at 10 to 15 knots, wave height 2 to 4 feet. And as we take you into the southeastern islands, those winds at southeast at 10 to 50 knots, but this certainly will change in short order. Wave heights 2 to 4 feet, they will gradually be building. And as we take you into Thursday, in the northwestern parts of our country, we'll see those winds northwest at 10 to 15 knots, wave heights 2 to 4 feet. Low tide on Thursday, 7:31 in the morning with a high tide at 2:01 in the afternoon. And for the central Bahamas on Thursday, tropical storm conditions in the central parts of the country, so small craft should remain in port. For the southeast Bahamas, hurricane conditions possible, particularly in the Crooked Island and Ackles area. So once again, we're asking small craft to stay in port. That's going to do it for your boating forecast. It's time now for your international temperatures, and they are brought to you by Royal Star Assurance. National temperature brought to you by Royal Star Assurance. But join me at 11 o'clock for a full weather update. Royston and Malina.
Thank you so much, Basil. As we approach Halloween, and I'm going to keep calling it Access Week here, we're pulling out all the stops.
Yes, we are. And tonight, Jessica Edgecombe joins us with spectacular makeup for Halloween.
Absolutely. And she brings with her our very own wonderful production assistant, Destiny Rude, who is our model for tonight.
Welcome to Access Now, Jessica. Not you, Destiny. You're home already, but welcome, Jessica.
Thank you.
Now, Jessica, you are a makeup artist. Tell us how long you've been a makeup artist and a little bit about yourself, if you can.
Okay, so I've been a makeup artist for 4 years.
Okay.
I am 23 years old. And I live in the Bahamas. Well, I've lived in Nassau all my life.
How did you start out then?
I started doing makeup when I was about 19, 20. I had to learn how to do makeup for a job I applied for.
Ah.
And so the lady was like, if you can't do the makeup, then you can't have the job.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, I can learn how to do the makeup. But I was always artistically inclined because I took up art in school.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. Now, don't let us distract you from this, but what made you want to get into like Halloween makeup, costume makeup in particular?
So To me, I feel like regular makeup is boring. It's regular, degular, smegular, everyday makeup. And Halloween and Christmas is one of my favorite times of the year because it's more of like a busy season. And you get to be creative, you get to bring out your creative side because anybody could do a regular makeup look.
Right.
But not everybody is artistically inclined to do a Halloween or Christmas look.
Hot take, I like it.
We can see from your face alone that you are very much into the look there.
Yes.
But who is Destiny portraying tonight? Is looking like Pennywise. I don't know if Jess can see, because you can only see that one side, but from the other side, there we go. We're seeing some Pennywise taking shape. Am I right?
Yes.
Whoa, there you go.
Like, who do I win?
I know. So the blood's looking really real.
Yeah.
That's really interesting, right?
Right.
And now, how long does a face like this usually take you to do?
Well, it depends on
what the costume is.
Yeah, what the costume is. Like, if you do a full face, it'll take up to like 2 to 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, really detailed. But this face will probably take you like an hour to do.
And so you'd say this week is your busy season? You've got a lot of people being like, hey, I got an in-depth costume and I don't know what to do with my face now.
And I love Halloween. Growing up, we never really used to celebrate Halloween because, you know, as a Christian nation, we don't really celebrate Halloween. But I like it because I always get to express myself.
You're making up for lost
makeup,
stuff.
yes.
For sure. Well, we'll be checking in with you and Destiny before we close for tonight to see the end result. But thank you so much for joining us this evening, Jessica.
Absolutely. Good having you, Jessica. Destiny, I can't wait to see when you're finished as well. It's time now to check in with Total Sports to see what's on tap.
Coming up in sports, 14 persons to be inducted into the National Sports Hall of Fame as part of National Sports Month.
It's Bahamas' biggest night this November 1st. Join Elias Promotions, YBE Promotions, Bahamas Ministry of Tourism, and Bahamas Air as they present the Fall in Love 90s R&B Concert Series at the National Stadium Ground, performing for the first time. Tyrese comes to Bahamas to deliver an unforgettable performance. Also performing R&B sensation Uncle Sam. Get ready for Deborah Cox. The Fall in Love 90s R&B Concert Series, Saturday, November 1st at the National Stadium Ground. Nassau. Tyrese, Uncle Sam, and Deborah Cox. Advance tickets are available now at all Cash and Go locations. Or log on to cashandgobahamas.com. For info, call 242-427-8111 or call 242-357-0116. Be there.
Come and visit us at Shop Smart, 'cause everything is here.
Yes, we have it all for you. Toys, clothing, office supplies, appliances, custom cut blinds, bedding, drapes, and rugs. Come and visit us on Mackey Street, 2 blocks down from Wolf Road. Call us at 698-1052.
Shop Smart, at Shop Smart, at Shop Smart. Oh, everything is here.
Good evening, everybody in studio tonight for Access Now. I'm Charles Fisher. 14 persons to be inducted into the National Sports Hall of Fame. Making the announcement was the Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Mario Boleg.
Foster Dossett and Norbert Elliott for outstanding contributions in track and field. Arnold Bain and Stephen Balapinda posthumously for excellence in basketball. Father Martian Peters posthumously, honorable mention, basketball. Ernie Barr and Alvin Sargent for achievements in boxing. Sidney Sinclair and Kim Thompson for excellence in cycling. Dawn Cornish and Laverne Simonet for contributions to volleyball. Joseph Joe Billy Roll, jockey. Philip McPhee II, sailing. And Rex Burnside, bodybuilding administration.
Director of Sports, Kelsey Johnson Sales outlines some of the month's activities.
The celebrations begin with the Health and Wellness Fair this Saturday at the Mall of Marathon, featuring free health screening, fitness demonstrations, interactive booths, and sporting activities. The Department of Sports will sponsor 50 free mammograms and 50 free prostate cancer screenings, emphasizing that real strength begins with good health. On November 2nd, we ask you to join us at Bahamas Harvest at 9:30 a.m. for our opening church service. And November 3rd, majority of our programs are free, so I want to stress that to the public. We have a free month-long exercise program that will be conducted at the Kendall Isaac Gymnasium, and that will be here in New Providence. And we have free water aerobics and learn to swim programs. November 7th is Legends in the Square at the Walk of Fame. We'll be unveiling 6 new portraits, including Jazz Chisholm. We're only going to give that one name away. So if you want to see the next 5 persons, you're going to have to be there, and that's at 7 p.m. On November 19th, the department will visit the House of Assembly to highlight sports, role in nation building, followed by the National Sports Hall of Fame induction ceremony on November 20th. And as mentioned, the Thanksgiving Give Back will take place at Persis Rogers Home for the Aged.
We continue our conversation this evening with newly elected president of New Providence Amateur Baseball League.
We're looking to have a longer season. This year was a short season, because it's been missing for over 20 plus years. We wanted to just get our feet wet and see the response from the general public. And we had 5 teams that played this year, but we also had an abundance of guys who were eager to play and couldn't get on teams because it was a deadline to have rosters in. And we had a surplus of guys trying to cop on those 5 teams. So we know that we're looking forward to have many more teams in the following season. So we want to start potentially April, May, because that is around the time that the junior leagues are kind of end. So we have an open summer for senior league play. So we want to have a very longer stretch running from May looking into September, October. We typically start at the age of 18. That's having discussions on whether it's want to lower it as well, because we want to keep persons encouraged, because guys come out of school before the age of 18 and they may want to still play, so you don't want to not afford them that opportunity to still play.
And that's it for Access Now. We'll have much more on the National Hall of Fame induction coming up later on in the Bahamas tonight.
In 1953, the United States began using a female name for storms. And by 1978, both male and female names were used to identify northern Pacific storms. This was then adopted in 1979 for storms in the Atlantic Basin. The National Hurricane Center does not control the naming of tropical storms. Instead, there is a strict procedure established by the World's Meteorological Organization for Atlantic hurricanes. There is a list of male and female names which are used on a 6-year rotation. The only time that there is a change is if the storm is so deadly or costly that the future use of its name on a different storm would be inappropriate. These are the names of the storms for the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season: Andrea, Barry, Chantal, Dexter, Erin, Fernand, Gabrielle, Umberto, Imelda, Jerry, Karen, Lorenzo, Melissa, Nestor, Olga, Pablo, Rebecca, Sebastian, Tanya, Van, Wendy. This public service announcement was brought to you by the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas in conjunction with the Disaster Risk Management Authority.
You're You're looking at a shot of a lone sailor. And this fella is out there all on his own in an Optimist boat. And a brave fella he is. Well, while he does that, let's take a trip down to Eleuthera. Let's go.
On the island with the sweetest pineapples, progress continues on the Eleuthera roadway project as installation of cat-eyed road studs has commenced on resurfaced roadways in the constituency. Residents, of course, are asked to use caution as they use roadways while crews continue to work in central and south Eleuthera. Marlena?
Thanks, Royston. Well, Hurricane Melissa is out there in the Caribbean wreaking havoc, but before the hurricane made landfall on their island, some Jamaicans decided to focus on the lighter side of things, getting a bit creative about the storm system. Here's our Matea Cunningham with the story.
As Hurricane Melissa edges closer to Jamaica, now packing Category 5 winds, locals are proving that even a storm can shake their sense of humor. Across TikTok and X, Jamaicans are turning anxiety into amusement, posting hilarious videos, parodies, and memes that capture unique ways of handling chaos with laughter. One video in particular has blown up online, literally. It shows a man standing in heavy winds, passionately performing a parody of Michael Jackson's Earth song. As branches sway and gusts howl, he belts out, "What about us?" with dramatic flair, perfectly syncing with the storm's rhythm. Viewers can't get enough, calling it peak Jamaican creativity and a Grammy-worthy performance powered by Melissa. Take a look. And he's not the only one. Social feeds have been filled with clips of people jokingly preparing for the hurricane, dancing in ponchos and using brooms as microphones, proving that humor truly is a part of Caribbean resilience. Even as officials urge everyone to stay safe and take precautions, these lighthearted moments show how laughter remains one of Jamaica's strongest defenses, no matter what's blowing their way. I'm Matea, and this has been Let's Talk Socials.
Well, that's all the time we have for tonight, but Jessica, what an amazing job you've done here on Destiny. I hope we can get a really good look at this makeup, but that does it for Access Now tonight.
It's coming real line. You just need some balloons now, of course. Join us tomorrow night. We're going to have, I believe, Phil. Can't remember his last name, forgive me, but he's going to be talking about his latest book. And of course, join us for the rundown with Clint Watson on the political roundtable, and promises to be really exciting tonight.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All work and no play.
Do you want to be rich?
Made Stella a big success.
Or do you want to wallow in regret?
But everyone knew she needed a vacation.
We're going to Jamaica. What?
I want you to try to have some fun with me.
Good morning.
I would like to dance with you.
You can't be serious.
If he looks that good with his clothes on.
If I weren't in my right mind, I swear you were trying to hit on me.
Are you paying attention?
I hear you're a cradle robber.
Yeah.
How could you stoop so low? I want to know how low did you go?
20th Century Fox presents Angela Bassett.
How much sense do we make?
Tay Diggs.
You should know that anything that's good probably never makes sense.
And Whoopi Goldberg.
What's wrong with you liking this young man?
How Stella got her groove back.
The DRM Authority 2025 Official Hurricane Shelter List. Abaco Central District, Central Abaco Primary School, Marsh Harbor, Friendship Tabernacle, Dundas Town, Guanakee Primary School, Guanakee, Manawar Primary School, Manawar, Hope Town Primary School, Hope Town, Abaco Northern District, Amy Roberts Primary School, Green Turtle Key, Faith Walk Church of God Community Center, Cooperstown, Grand Key All-Age School, Preschool Block, Grand Key, Abaco Southern District, Crossing Rocks Primary School, Crossing Rocks, Moores Island School, Moores Island, and Soul Seeking Ministries, Moores Island. And that was the list of the 2025 Official Hurricane Shelter List of the DRM Authority. The DRM Authority 2025 official hurricane shelter list. Acklands Community Center, Spring Point. Crooked Island, Church of God of Prophecy, Landrail Point, Richmond, Mosstown, and Cripple Hill residents, Cripple Hill. Landrail Point Community Center, Landrail Point. Inagua, St. Philip's Anglican Community Center, Matthew Town. Meiguana, St. James Native Baptist Church, Abrams Bay. Meiguana Comprehensive K School, Pirates Well. Betsy Bay Community Center, Betsy Bay. DRM Authority 2025 official hurricane shelter list. Andros Central District. Bowen Sound Pentecostal Ministries, Bowen Sound. Church of God, Cargill Creek. Mount Ethel Baptist Church, Love Hill. Reverend Euthro Rogers Primary School, Deep Creek. Friendship Baptist Church, The Bluff. Cleora McKenzie Preschool, Long Bay Keys. Mount Olive Baptist Church, Smiths Hill. Burnt Rock Primary School, Burnt Rock, Mangrove Key. Mangrove Key High School, Mangrove Key. St. James Church, Mangrove Key. South Andros Multipurpose Gymnasium, Money Rock Subdivision. Andros Northern District. B.A. Newton Primary School, Red Bay. Bamsey Training Center, Bark Community. Nicholstown Primary School and Clara Evans School, Nicholstown. Berry Islands, Church of God of Prophecy, Great Harbor Key. David A. Dean Community Center, Bullocks Harbor. Bimini. Gateway Gymnasium, Bailey Town. Louise MacDonald High School, 4 classrooms, Alice Town. Urban Renewal Special Needs Shelter, Alice Town. The DRM Authority 2025 official hurricane shelter list. Exuma and Ragged Island. Bethel Union Baptist Church, Ramsey. Ebenezer Union Baptist Church, Farmers Hill. Ebenezer Union Baptist Church, Barry Tarry. Exuma Resource Center, Hopers Bay. Forbes Hill Cultural Center, Forbes Hill. Gethsemane Baptist Church, Black Point. Mount Carmel Mission Baptist Church, Roll Town. Mount Hermon Union Baptist Church, Mount Thompson. St. John's the Baptist Anglican Church, Mosstown. Aurelia Miller Comprehensive School, Black Point. St. Luke's Union Baptist Church, Black Point. The new Mount Olive Union Baptist Church, Hartswell. Mount Olivet Baptist Church, Staniel Key. Palestine Union Baptist Church, The Forest. St. Andrew's Community Center, Georgetown. St. Margaret's Anglican Church, Steventon. St. Magdalene Anglican Church, Williamstown. St. Theresa's Catholic Church, Georgetown. St. Peter's Union Baptist Church, Forbes Hill. St. Margaret Baptist Church, Stuart Manor. Calvary Mission Baptist Church, Rollville. Holy Innocents Anglican Church, Duncantown, Ragged Island. Ragged Island All-Age School, Duncantown, Ragged Island. The DRM Authority 2025 official.
At Harold One, I'm Ted Jervis, and this is ZNS.
The Rundown is brought to you by Commonwealth Brewery Limited.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the show. It's great to have you with us, especially those of you watching in the southern Bahamas as you begin to feel the impact of Hurricane Melissa. We hope you're staying safe and have taken all the necessary precautions. Well, according to the Met Office, tropical storm and hurricane conditions expected in the central and southeast Bahamas and tropical storm conditions expected in the Turks and Caicos Islands Wednesday morning. Inagua, our most southernmost island with the biggest population in the Maikal constituency, is a ghost town tonight with hundreds scrambling to escape the wrath of Hurricane Melissa earlier today. The last flight to leave Inagua brought in our cameraman Victor Adderley and reporter Lloyd Allen, and they told me they weren't afraid of the dark. They came because they were told to leave. Lloyd joins us live in studio with the update. Lloyd, what is the latest on what's happening down in the southern Bahamas?
Well, of course, good evening to you, Clint, and good evening, Bahamas. So we just arrived here on the island just over 2 hours ago on a World Atlantic flight. That was a 152-seater, and that was the last flight in, inclusive of persons from both Auckland and Inagua. Now, you mentioned earlier about those persons who remain on Inagua. It's roughly about just over 400. From what I understand as well, on Auckland's about 200 persons, so about 600 persons between those two islands. And again, much of the preparation has taken place over the last few days. While we were there, we saw many persons boarding up their homes, purchasing additional groceries, fueling up, but also asking many questions to persons like myself, the island administrator and law enforcement on the island, just in regards on what to do, as they've done all that they can to protect themselves and their family and property to a storm that remains very much unpredictable.
We've had 430 people come in yesterday. So far today, this is about the 4th or 5th flight for the day. So we're looking at the number probably over 700. But all those persons are not currently in the shelters. Some have opted to stay with family members on the island. I think the number I heard this morning is about 200 people in the shelters, and they are at the New Providence Community Center. It was tough work. We have a hard-working team led by Managing Director Aaron Sargent. His team put it together. Logistically, it was a nightmare, but they worked it through, got aircraft on the islands that they needed to be to make sure that we got as much people and everybody that wants to come off of those islands.
Now, that was Executive Director for the Disaster Risk Management Authority, Alex Storr. We also spoke with the Island Administrator on Inagua. She is Quiana Gibson, who again was one of those persons who evacuated, and told us this in regards to that final flight that left just after 4 earlier today.
A little over 400 residents remain on island that would have chosen not to be evacuated. And at this time, the power has been disconnected, but residents would have been advised as a notice would have been circulated within the community prior to disconnection. Okay, so the final destination is here in Nassau. We had about 130 persons that would have been evacuated on this last flight, and they would be taken to the various shelters that are activated throughout Nassau.
Now, Clint, you would have seen as well last night during our interview, I spoke with Laverne Ingram. He's the proprietor of S&L Places. It's a series of stores in the main city area there on Inagua. Last night, he hosted sort of a eat and drink sort of opportunity for those who remain. But again, persons like him and others who remain, they say they've done all they can. And as that storm approaches tonight, they're simply waiting and watching, but also protecting themselves and their families.
All right, Lloyd, I have to ask, because I know a lot of people are wondering, well, if you're covering this storm, why'd you come back? Explain what's going on the island, why many people who perhaps may have wanted to stay decided to come out, you and your crew entitled, coming out as well. What was the rationale behind that?
Well, thank you for asking that question. As you know, we were slated to be there until about Friday, and we spoke continuously throughout the course of the day with law enforcement and the island administrator, as well as DRMA authority officials who guided us along the process, but also at just the last minute told us that everyone needed to evacuate those who wanted to, specifically those persons who were visitors. Residents, again, while they were given that option to evacuate, some obviously decided to stay, but erring on the side of caution and safety, myself and Victor Adderley, we did decide to come back here. But of course, we still send up prayers to those persons that remain on the island. But if we could have stayed, I definitely would have stayed there.
And just a clarification, understanding that they may have begun to shut down water or electricity on that island as well. Can you confirm that?
Yes, definitely. Even yesterday, the power was intermitting, but today, even when I woke up this morning, the water level was already low. That's because the water was already turned off. Where we were located, it was basically at the foot of a kind of hill, so we were getting the remnants of water that was remaining in those pipes. But as it relates to electricity, well, Right now, it's pretty much an island in darkness, as Bahamas Power and Light officials have told us that power was cut, and that's to protect the equipment, but also to prevent any loss of life. You mentioned earlier 3 deaths. There were about 13 injuries prior to the arrival of Melissa in Jamaica, and to prevent any such occurrences here, local officials have done the best they can to protect everyone.
All right, thank you, Lloyd Island. We're glad to have you back here safe, both you and Victor. And of course, we'll work you here from here. Thank you, Lloyd. Well, the eyes of the world are on Jamaica tonight as a Category 5 Hurricane Melissa battered that island since last night. A pastor, a former Marine, and an opposition senator doing their best to keep fears down and faith up as Hurricane Melissa bears down. They spoke earlier tonight with Bahamas Tonight anchor Makush Lapinda.
Well, just as meteorologists predicted, conditions in Jamaica deteriorated overnight with hammering winds of between 115 and 120 miles per hour, along with deadly rain. Eleuthera resident Pastor Diallo Ingram, one of several Bahamians riding out the storm in the Hyatt Dreams Rose Hall in Montego Bay, following a destination wedding this past weekend where he served as the officiant. Now, up to the time we spoke, Ingram said he'd seen no significant damage to the all-inclusive resort.
Of course, paint coming off the walls, the open bar area that is actually exposed, the installation came off of that, and trees may be compromised. But at this point, we're just praying and hoping for the best.
Pastor Ingram says in the midst of Mother Nature's fury, though, he's most comforted by the fact that he and his wife are not alone, and that he will not allow fear to paralyze him.
I guess the consolation is that we are here with family members. We are here with a good cadre of Bahamians. It is a collective effort. We got together yesterday. We opened with prayer. We tried to keep everyone calm as much as possible. We had the other members working on financial assistance where it was needed. I think I heard Senator Penfield say, we don't want to be here, but we think we're here with a good group of people who have a large, diverse set of skill sets. So I think that helps,
What also helps is the fact that the pastor and others have created a group chat, are aware of each other's rooms, and have encouraged Bahamians who came to Jamaica alone to buddy up. Having weathered the catastrophic impact of 2019's Hurricane Dorian, F&M Senator Darren Henfield is well aware of what they're up against.
We're faring well, everybody's in good spirits, and we're riding out this storm. We're trusting God and believing, not only for us, but also for the people of Jamaica, that we're going to be okay at the end of the day.
Melissa is one of the most powerful storms on record to hit Jamaica.
Of course, all day, our sister nation, the island of Jamaica, has been taking a beating from Hurricane Melissa. And of course, joining us live tonight is the Junior Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Apka Fitz-Henley. Sir, welcome to the Rundown, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Hi, how are you? It's State Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister and a Government Senator.
Thank you, sir. I should be asking, how are you doing? How is the island of Jamaica now that this storm is pulling away from the islands? How are things?
So look, the capital city, Kingston, has escaped the worst. The original path of Hurricane Melissa a few days ago had indicated a direct hit on Kingston. That did not transpire. However, unfortunately for our neighboring parishes, about 50, 60 miles away in St. Elizabeth on the south coast of Jamaica, southwestern coast to be exact, the eye of the hurricane made landfall in St. Elizabeth, an area called, the vicinity of Black River. And it is much devastation down there. St. Elizabeth is important to Jamaica, as are many areas, but St. Elizabeth in particular, because our economy depends heavily on tourism and agriculture. And St. Elizabeth is known as the breadbasket parish, heavily agricultural dependent in terms of the vocation and the livelihood of people who live there. So it's a significant hit for Jamaica that St. Elizabeth has been devastated. We are also hearing indications of Western Jamaica being badly hit. That includes St. James, Westmoreland, Hanover, and also sections of Trelawney, which is not really near to the west of Jamaica, but somewhere in between the western coast and the north coast of Jamaica. So all in all, there are many parishes that escaped the full brunt of Hurricane Melissa, but some parishes have been hit, and badly so.
We know that the parish you've been talking about, particularly in St. James, where you have the major tourist destinations like Negril and of course Montego Bay, those are the hub for tourism. Any reports yet on how those resorts would have fared?
Well, the majority of the tourists who are there have left Jamaica because this storm was unusual, you see. It gave us a lot of notice. It was very slow in moving towards Jamaica's shores. And therefore, many of the visitors, the people who honored us with their presence in Jamaica, have departed. Based on the accounts I am getting from Western Jamaica, the resorts held up fairly well, in particular, the larger ones. Our main area of concern is the residential communities. Jamaica's infrastructure has grown leaps and bounds. There are many communities, many houses in St. James in Western Jamaica, which are heavily fortified in terms of the infrastructural integrity. However, the fact of the matter is that some are not. And the indications I'm getting, the accounts from Western Jamaica, is that there are a number of houses that have lost their ceilings. There are a number of people. And I'm saying a number because I can't really quantify it, but it appears to be scores of people, put it at its mildest, who have lost their belongings, and their ceilings are gone, their houses are destroyed, and approximately 6,000 people across the entire 14 parishes in Jamaica are in shelters.
Wow. Let's talk about the infrastructure. I know for island nations like ours, we have a lot of vulnerable infrastructure because a lot of our telecommunications, electrical lines are above ground. How did the infrastructure fare, particularly in these hard-hit areas? Well,
the majority of houses which have zinc ceilings have been dislodged, in terms of in Western Jamaica and on the south coast. But the residential communities, which consist of houses with concrete, they have fared fairly well. In terms of the infrastructure of the public buildings, we have had an indication from southern Jamaica, Black River in particular in St. Elizabeth, where a hospital lost a section of its ceiling. So too, a section of the Cornwall Regional Hospital in St. James, one of the major Type A hospitals in Jamaica. In fact, the major Type A hospital in Western Jamaica. But significant portions of that structure are intact. So it's not all bad, given that a Category 5 hurricane passed by. We're hoping that tomorrow, when we begin the major and quick emergency assessment tonight into tomorrow of the extent of the damage, it is not, well, I know it will be major, but we're hoping for the best in terms of what we see and the sort of response that is needed. Well, the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness is fully committed to assisting our Jamaican brothers and sisters get back on their feet. Jamaica was felled by Hurricane Gilbert in 1988, 37 years ago. We suffered major damage in 2004 from Hurricane Ivan that skirted our coastline. And now in 2025, well, in 2024 as well, we suffered major damage from Hurricane Beryl. Now in 2025, Melissa has wreaked its wrath on Jamaica's shores. But look, we built back before, and we will build back stronger. That's our commitment to people in Jamaica, residents of Jamaica, the business community, and all and sundry. Jamaica is a small country geographically speaking, but we have a big heart. As I said, we will be back and back stronger.
Based on the initial reports, do you surmise that this has been the most devastating of all of those storms? This was described as perhaps being the strongest to ever hit Jamaica. Would you say, based on preliminary reports, that the devastation has been the worst from this storm and will take perhaps years to restore?
Well, I think it would be a bit early to say so. What it cannot be contested is in terms of the velocity of the winds. Category 5 hurricane. That has never hit Jamaica before directly. Yes? That cannot be debated. But in terms of the extent of the damage, I cannot yet say that this is the worst Jamaica has been hit, because in 1988, recall Hurricane Gilbert leveled major sections of Jamaica, including capital city Kingston. At that time, 37 years ago, the integrity of the infrastructure in Jamaica was not what it currently is today. So I believe that's why we have seen less damage in capital city Kingston compared to what transpired when Hurricane Gilbert hit Jamaica 37 years ago. And I'm going based on historical accounts. That was a year before I was born, but I was advised that Kingston was not very badly hit. Well, I know now that Kingston has not been currently badly hit compared to what took place when Hurricane Gilbert really leveled major sections of Jamaica and we had to start back from scratch. Perhaps tomorrow I can give you a better assessment of the nature of the damage. But in terms of damage to select parishes, it might well be a reason that this is the worst St. Elizabeth has been damaged by a hurricane, and perhaps the worst sections of Western Jamaica have been damaged.
What about telecommunications and power? How did they hold up? Are there still pockets with electricity and telecommunications?
The official indication from the Jamaica Public Service Company about 6 hours ago was that 35% of its customers are out of electricity. I would not be surprised if that figure has grown above 50% currently. That is my conjecture, based on anecdotal accounts of communities that are out of power or which have indicated being out of power since that initial estimate from the Jamaica Public Service Company. Official figure 35%, I would not be surprised if it's much more. In terms of the telecom services, we have two major networks in Jamaica. I won't name them, but one appears to be functional in the worst hit areas and one appears to not be too functional. So it's a bit of give and take in terms of the extent to which the telecoms network in Jamaica have been damaged by Hurricane Melissa. Certainly in Hurricane Beryl, the telecoms networks went down for several days. That was not that has not been the case here in terms of the extent concerning Hurricane Melissa. Perhaps it is that the telecoms companies have learned lessons and put in place plans to ensure that they fare better this time around. But look, all in all in Jamaica, we are thankful that more major damage has not been wreaked upon our island. We will build back stronger in the coming days. There will be a clearer indication of the extent of the damage, and no doubt we'll be in touch.
And of course, the most important question I probably should have started out with is any reported loss of life, or are people at this point accounted for? I know you haven't been able to go out and do assessments yet, so you don't know what's going on. But normally these things, you can tell people are calling in and there are concerns. Any concerns right now about life?
In the lead up to the preparation for Hurricane Melissa, there were at least 2 instances of trees falling on people who were seeking to prepare for the storm. And they unfortunately lost their lives. They lost their lives. And I have had indication as well of one additional similar case. And apart from those, in terms of people who have died or might have died due to the direct passage of Hurricane Melissa, I have not had that so far. I am hopeful that the number is 0, but I have to be a practical individual as well. And I don't like to speculate about life, but would not be surprised in given the infrastructure in some sections of the island and the unwillingness of some individuals to move from low-lying and flood-prone areas. It would not be surprising if there were more casualties. Later tonight into tomorrow, we know that. But all in all, I'm hopeful that, by the grace of God, that there are no more casualties. But you know, we have to be practical about these things.
And finally, before we close, sir, the worst is behind you. You got through it. I know the anxiety of preparing for a hurricane or wondering what it will do is always high. Now that that's behind you, how do you feel? Is there any initial things you want to say to the world as far as support? I know you'll find out tomorrow what's needed and where you need help. Anything initially you want to say now that Jamaica has gone through the worst?
Well, I want to thank the international community and our neighbors in CARICOM who have offered words of moral support. Our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, has indicated that the support has been strong from CARICOM and our international partners, including the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada. We are grateful for the words of moral support and the prayers that have been sent Jamaica's way. Jamaica has launched a website, official website, to facilitate support for our effort to bring Jamaica back. The estimate is that approximately 400,000, the 3 million people in Jamaica have been badly impacted by Hurricane Melissa. The website is supportjamaica.gov.jm, and it can be found on the pages, the social media pages, that is X and Instagram, of our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Holness. That page has a list of needs prepared by the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, and also facilitates donations to Jamaica. And of course, there will be great accountability in terms of superintendents and distribution of the resources to ensure that those who are in need or those who are most in need get the benefits, which we really feel are due to them, because the conscience of a society, it's our conviction. A good barometer of saying is to assess how you treat the people who are among society's most vulnerable and are facing difficult times. The administration of Dr. Andrew Michael Holness will rise to the challenge and deliver for the people of Jamaica yet again.
All right, Senator, Minister Abka Fitz-Henley, thank you so much for joining us. And our hearts and prayers continue to be with the people of Jamaica. You know, here in the Bahamas and Jamaica, we consider ourselves closely knit and tied. And so we're supporting you, even as we prepare in the southeastern Bahamas for the impact of a less stronger hurricane, but nonetheless, Hurricane Melissa. Our hearts and prayers are with you, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, and allow me to say to the people of the Bahamas, thank you much for your prayers, your thoughts, and I urge all citizens, all residents, all peoples in the Bahamas to not take lightly the advisory from the weather officials. Prepare, prepare, prepare. And, you know, we're hopeful that God will deliver for the people of Bahamas in the same way that we believe that He has delivered for the people of Jamaica. Despite the circumstances, we're thankful, we're grateful that we carry on.
Thank you, Minister.
Good.
Stay with us. The rundown will continue right after this break.
Join us each Sunday at 5 p.m. and Tuesdays at 2:30 p.m. for Legends, the Untold Story, here on the ZNS Television Network.
I'll be coming for y'all again.
Are you ready for the hardest sports show on the market? It's called The Timeout, Sundays on the ZNS Television Network. In our first show, 4 decades of sports in the country.
Welcome back to the Rundown. Well, it's Tuesday, and that means it's Political Roundtable. Our panel has returned after a short break, and they're ready to talk politics. But first, as Hurricane Melissa begins to bear down on the Bahamas, we want to get their take on storm preparations. As you know, our Political Roundtable comprises of Kyle Dean, representing the Progressive Liberal Party, Free National Movement, Vice Chairman Tenari Roll, Coalition of Independents Deputy Leader Dr. Veronica McIver, and Bahamas Constitution Party Deputy Servant Leader Dwayne Hyla. Always good to have all all of you back here, and it's good to be able to get into it and talk. The Bahamas, of course, the Southeast Bahamas is bracing, and I say bracing, there's just a few people in that area. Most have evacuated, but some have chosen to ride it out. People are watching what has happened in Jamaica. We're seeing the videos on social media. We're seeing the devastation of a Category 5 hitting head on. Thankfully, that won't be our portion. We're expecting this storm, if it maintains its track, to come in anywhere from a Category 2 to Category 1. But still, possibility of significant flooding and of course, storm surge a concern. Your thoughts as the Bahamas braces for this impact tomorrow?
I guess ladies always go first, right?
Yeah,
okay, I'll take it.
At least here.
I'll take it first. Well, we have to be blessed, the Bahamas, because what I see going on in Jamaica, it's going to be devastating. And we heard that it was on one part of Jamaica. Thank God for that. And it's not the entire island. So the Bahamas have to be blessed that it is a Category 1 or 2. And we have to be further blessed that it's only a few islands and not the main island of Nassau, because we know what we went through with Dorian, and I don't think we would ever want to go through that again. And so I applaud the government for evacuating the people.
You thought it was a good move?
I thought it was a good move. It was a safe move to make. I was a little disturbed when I saw a video going around saying that in Inagua, there were 100 people at the airport and only a 50-seater came. Now, I don't know if a second 50-seater went back.
Yes, as a matter of fact, they've had several Bahamas Air flights, and they've also subcontracted another private airline that could carry 130 people. So they've had 2 of those. So all those who wanted to get out were able to get out.
Okay, well, I'd love to.
Yeah, you know, I'll chime in from here. Good evening, Clint, and good evening, Bahamas. Mayor Guana is asking for more flights coming into the evening. Now, flights already went there, and some persons decided to stay. Now they may be changing their minds. So that's a little awkward because the government already made the provision. So going into tomorrow, will the government respond? Because now you have Acklands, you have Crooked Island, you have Inagua, and all of these islands have to be addressed. So whoever wants to come, I think they need to come. It's not guaranteed that the storm is going to go down.
I don't think those flights can go back to Megona
at this time.
Because by morning, the weather's going to be on there. And
it's going to degrade.
You can't get rest, right? So they'll have to just hunker down and be safe.
Well, sorry. No, you go. So I think the government did a very good job. This is the second go-around in such a short space of time, and the government did a tremendous job. I particularly want to applaud the decision for the evacuation, which was the safe thing. I saw BPL shut down their power sources over there, and water equipment and the water. Did the same thing as well. But there's one thing that I noticed that we probably may have overlooked was the National Youth Guard.
Yes. Very important.
I mean, when it first started, there were a lot of opposition to it. There were a lot of criticisms for it. But I think Dorian has taught us that we cannot solely rely on the Defense Force to carry all of the load. And so I saw the National Youth Guard kicked into motion. They were preparing shelters. They were just doing the full 9 yards as they were trained to do. So, I just want to personally commend those young people who stepped up to serve the country in a much more greater capacity. I believe that young people are our nation's greatest asset, and I believe that the Bahamas is yielding the investment, and those young people are part of that program.
Good evening, Bahamas. Good evening, my fellow panelists. It's always a pleasure to be in your company. I like the evacuation. It was quick. It was swift. I like the notice. And it was good. It's good to see that we're taking that approach and not taking anything for granted and getting people out. However, like Brother Hylas said, what I was viewing, especially Megwana and Crooked Island, over the 2-day evacuation period, it seemed to be a disconnect in terms of actually getting people in. So I don't know if those islands were left out and the government only focused on Inagua. But I saw residents complaining that from the initial evacuation into this evening, that they weren't able to get out. They were told to come to the airport in terms from 8 a.m., some 7, 8 a.m., and up to 2, 3 o'clock, they were still waiting. And so while I know, like Carl say, or like Carl mentioned, this is their second go around. We have Bahamas Air flights going out 3 a week. And if our people are in need, I think we need to have the same urgency with getting them out. And so, as much as possible, whatever it is we got to do, all focus should be on ensuring that the well-being and the livelihood of our people are kept. And so we evacuated some. I think we missed in certain areas, and we could be a bit better next time, especially having a national flag carrier. I think all of our resources should have been expanded across the island to ensure everybody that wanted to come should have come, because from my vantage point and from what some people told me, some people and my sources, some people wanted to come but wasn't able to. And so that's something that we could do better next time.
Yeah, Clint, I just want to add what he said was about some of the complaints was that some people were at the airport for a very long time. And I think there were no facilities for bathroom and there were no food provided. So that would be, you know, the major complaint that I heard.
Right. I think people have to understand that when you're doing evacuations, these aren't planned. You have to quickly respond. You have to quickly put in motion. I thought it was a good move to get, when they recognized that Bahamas Air could not carry out this mandate by themselves, because Bahamas Air still has scheduled commercial flights that people have booked that they have to do. And so I think when they recognize that is when they brought in the charter planes, which are larger than Bahamas Air, which was a good thing. But again, I think people have to remember, when you get the order to go, you can't wait 2 days later and say, well, you know what, let's go, so everybody else going. Because you would have missed that window, and when they probably would have done the checks and called the administrator and say, are there people from your island that want to go? And he said, well, only 5 people call. Then they say, okay, we'll come to your last. But by the time they didn't see all the news stories of people leaving the islands, and they say, okay, maybe we ought to go. And then they look around, and by that time, it's too late to mobilize flights. So that's why it's important to go. I think it's very difficult, and I think this is a good way to discuss how do we do this going forward in the archipelago nation. Because evacuation will be very expensive undertaking. In the U.S., when they say evacuate, everybody hit the highway. Jump in your car and you drive. That can't happen in the Bahamas. So whenever we do evacuations, it's going to always, you can't put people on a mailboat. They never get where you got to go. It's going to always be, you got to fly them out.
Clint, I have a recommendation for us. We should have a specially built building for this, and it should be built on an elevation or a hill that could withstand winds up to, say, 200 miles an hour. Then a lot of people can go to these centers, and you would have to do a maximum amount of evacuation. But it cannot just be a regular building, say, at levels, at sea level. It has to be like on a hill.
Specifically designed for hurricanes.
Specifically, and then you don't have to actually have that.
Now, let me interject just briefly. By you saying elevated, I'm wondering if it was a misquote or something, that the shelter in Abaco is like 2 to 4 feet above sea level. I'm just saying, it's good. Listen. Let's fact check that. No, but let's fact check that. Above sea level, it may be on a hill.
No, it's not flat.
It's on a hill, but what I'm saying is, when you have surge now, we have to look at sea level. You can't just look at a hill now, because now you're talking about water coming in from the seas. So how high is it above sea level? Not just how high is it above, above the community.
But that would be a concern.
Above sea level, because there's only the surge in Jamaica. They're saying up to like 30 feet. I mean, 20 to 30 feet. Above the roof. 40 inches of rain. This is unprecedented. Wind gusts over 200. The gusts are over 200 miles per hour. So this is in the category of a dark. We don't want to make comparisons. I'm just saying this is a devastating hurricane. So we have to do all that we can to prepare.
Okay, so it's an easy fix. We just need to build the buildings, and have it done. Simple as that.
Let me say this, and this is my last point on this. As much as I do agree that each island should have a designated shelter, when you have such a powerful storm like that, and then you ask people who wants to leave or who wants to stay in this building, I will tell you this. If I am on that island, I'm not staying in no building. I'm trying to get out of that island. And so, although the shelter may serve, if it's like a category 1, 2, 3, but when you get to, and again, this goes back to climate change, we see these very strong storms popping out of nowhere. And it is mainly affecting the Caribbean islands. And so, we can build the shelters, but how do you even prepare for superstorms? Because in essence, that is what these are. I watched some videos from Jamaica. People's roofs are off. I mean, people cannot move. Two-story house. I see people sitting on the balcony get almost touched the water where the water came out so much.
Right. But
and then you have to appreciate or understand that when you go to these islands, because I like to travel the islands, there are not much hills on these islands.
Right. We're very flat.
Generally flat. We're very flat.
But you do have some areas with elevation, and those that do not have an elevation, of course, perhaps we may have to evacuate out. But we need to minimize the amount of evacuation moving forward because, like you said, of the cost.
I think in our country, it's like many other vulnerable Caribbean countries, we face a real issue, right? The storm threats. I mean, it's not different from other countries. USA, they don't have to have a hurricane season. They can just have a tornado on a bad weather day and a whole community is wiped out, right? That's USA. Then you have those who have tornadoes. You have earthquakes, could just wipe out a whole city epicenter in seconds. These are the vulnerabilities of weather systems and climate changes. But I think what makes a nation be able to bounce back is the ability to put in place a safety net, right? A program that you can rebuild. A program where people who've lost everything in a matter of seconds, by no fault of their own, can get back. That's pretty devastating if you go into a shelter and when the hurricane is over, 2 hours later, you left, leaving your entire life's worth right behind. And 2 hours later, you come back out of that storm, out of that shelter, you look up and there's nothing. And you said, my God, my entire life work has been wiped out. And then just the emotional trauma of where do I start? Where do you begin again? And I think these are the kind of things that Caribbean governments have to spend greater effort figuring out how do we pick up the pieces? What programs do we put in place? What funding is it there? Because we recognize it's an expensive undertaking and no government can underwrite the cost of rebuilding somebody's home. But what do we put in place to ensure that people can pretty much have access to the help and be able to get back on their feet again, right?
Okay,
that's the key.
Okay, I know the government, the PLP government had at one point decided that they wanted everybody to make it mandatory for people to have insurance. That is not going to be practical.
Right.
So I just think that we're just going to have to go with other options, but certainly not insurance. It's not going to work.
Are you saying that, allow me to just briefly, since it ties in with the insurance?
Proactivity.
I think it's very irresponsible that the government itself did not have adequate insurance during the F&M administration related to Dorian. So I'm just saying that's very poor. So that's a poor precedence to set. So we do have to make sure that we have government covered, and then from there, then we can make certain provisions so that the public themselves can engage.
Not to cut you off.
And I wanted to mention that point, and I'm so happy that this government saw it fit to go back and reclaim the insurance in case there is some kind of disaster. But what I am wondering, should the central bank now get involved in capping these premium for home liability? Because as much as we want to say, put the expense on taxpayers, because when you say government, you really mean the taxpayers, to rebuild these homes. Should we continue to allow insurance companies to rate the poor people in this country, especially when it comes to home insurance? I think the central bank should step in, and there should be greater regulation when it comes to what insurance is going to
Because you could bet insurance going up again next year because of what happened in Jamaica. Because they pool all their risk.
It's going to go up. But just to bridge these 2 points, just briefly, Grand Bahama is struggling because a lot of the Dorian costs are still on the backs of the people.
Correct.
Right now. So it bridges the point that y'all are making. Does it keep coming back to the people?
I have a suggestion. That is why COI is adamant about getting the Sovereign Wealth Fund and getting monies from the natural resources and the carbon credits to go into the Sovereign Wealth Fund. And over the years of investing the principal, we will have lots of money extra to help the Bahamian people. So that would be my recommendation. And
as much as I love the idea, and I do agree that Bahamians should benefit from what everything the country has to offer. Let's look at timeline. So let's say the COI wins the election in May, right? There's a catastrophic hurricane in July. There's no sovereign wealth fund. There's nothing in place. So to talk about us using a sovereign wealth fund to facilitate this course. That takes time, because the funds have to build up to reach the point where it could even facilitate that.
Yes, and that's why I say it just goes back to government and legislation, because it's still policy decisions and discussions that government will have to have in order to get the long game going and plan sustainable plans in the long run.
And so, hold on. And to Kyle, I just want to say that is why COI has the vision. A country has to have a vision and a plan for the future. You're talking about if it happened in May, of course we would have to make some adjustments in July, but we have a vision and a plan moving forward, and that is what all governments should have. We should make decisions for the unborn, whereas a lot of leaders today, including the present leaders, they're making decisions to win the next general election. We're making decisions for generations to come, and that's my point to you, Kyle.
Let me say this. Under the FNM's term, right? They had Hurricane Dorian and COVID. They spent more than $400 million trying to deal with those two major issues. And today, we still have not completely bounced back, even after over $400 million was spent. I mean, I'm not attacking you, but I'm saying it costs so much to bounce back.
It does.
It costs a lot to bounce back, but I think we was on a good path. The PRP brag about the wicked. Y'all spending all our money on travel. Y'all enjoying yourself. The economy was bust wide open. Y'all bragging with tourism numbers and stuff. So you can't say it costs so much to rebuild or it was a struggle, but you're loving and you're living lavishly.
Right, so the money, instead of giving it to the people,
you put it into yourself. You start living large and in charge.
That's how it seems.
That's what it looked like to me. So it can't be as bad as you made it seem when y'all enjoying yourself.
Let me share this with you. It was not my intent to get political.
Man, you.
But I was trying to.
Because everything I say, you say political. So let me just show the people facts. Yeah, I like show facts because you like say political.
I love criticism in school.
This being political. They say 50 million. They say 58 million in travel since 2020. I say that. I make it up. I'm political. That's what the facts say.
I understand.
Just so you can.
You're looking for your nomination, right?
But let me say that's what the facts say.
But let me say this. But let me say this. If you want to talk about travel, and I'm not going to go there. It was the FNM who defended an increase in travel budget when the world was locked down.
And still did not spend as much as the current Prime Minister today.
I agree.
Period.
No.
And still did not spend as much as the current Prime Minister today.
How are you increasing travel budget?
It still did not spend as much as the current government today.
Okay, listen, you see what's going on? Every time we come on this political discussion, we have the back and forth, and I don't hear any vision. COI is the one who always brings the vision for the next generation. You're not arguing back and forth.
Dr. MacGyver,
I share plenty plans of what we can do
my points. I've been trying to make my point solution-oriented. I don't believe everything in the Bahamas should be political.
No, I agree with you.
I believe sometimes we just need to take the politics out of it. So I'm not interested in your politics.
I agree. I want to transition. We have only a few minutes left. I do want to get a bit of talk, because we're going to be talking tomorrow, all-day coverage, of course, on this storm here on the ZNS network. We're going to provide coverage beginning from 7:30 in the morning on television, straight through till 11:30 tomorrow night. All day we'll be on television to get our residents in southeastern Bahamas through this storm. So while people may wonder, why are you in the air all day? Well, everything will be ease at Zion in the capital, but we have an entire Bahamas to cover. And there will be brothers and sisters in the southeastern Bahamas who will be going under this storm, and they would no doubt want to have the national network guiding them through. So we'll be on the air on television from 7:30 in the morning straight through to 11:30 tomorrow night with round-the-clock coverage on television and radio to keep you covered on those islands. So don't fear, we'll be with you every step of the way until this storm is out. But before we wrap up tonight, I have to get a piece of politics in this, because that's what we are, the political roundtable. And that is, nomination day is on Friday for Golden Isles.
Yes.
And that's when, we'll know who's going to be contesting the by-election. How many of you expect your party, raise your hand if you expect your party to nominate on Friday? All right. What? Okay. So that's, we'll see.
3 out of 4.
3 out of 4.
Yeah.
Question has been, I'll start with you, Janeri, because the question has been, and your leader has not come out definitively and said, yes, we are running. He has said that they have not made a decision. They will take it into account. Has that decision been made yet? And why is there a holdout to say, yes, we will run?
I will not preempt the leader's announcement in regards to the candidates for contestant of the seat, but what I would say is Brian Brown, to me, in my view, and others in Golden Hours, his record precedes him. He was the chairman for the F&M for 10 years. He was successful in helping the former MP get elected, God rest his soul, during his chairmanship. He's a key cog when he represented the F&M in 2017. In 2021, he was actually our candidate who contested the seat. He was unsuccessful, but he never closed his office, and so he's still active, and a lot of people actually feel as if he's the current candidate now based off his representation and his continuation, even though not being successful. And so whenever the announcement call, I'm for sure that the people of Golden Hours is going to get a good representation from Brian Brown once the...
So you believe he's ready to go?
Yeah, in my view, he's ready to go.
So why hasn't the F&M declared that they're going to run?
But the leader will make the statement at the right place and time, and he will announce what the F&M is doing. Like I said, I don't want to preempt it. But what I just want, before I close, the people of Golden Hours, and why I wouldn't, if I was a Golden Hours resident, why I wouldn't support the representative now, or the candidate they selected, which is the former senator, because I understood that he's resigned, and now candidate, Mr. Pickstock.
Correct. He resigned today.
I just want to remind people very quickly, this Golden Yoke program that the government invested $15 million in, right? And the Prime Minister, he bragged about how this would bring $12.5 million, secure 100% local egg production for us, and he said that this initiative falls under the purview of the Bahamas Agriculture and Industrial Corporation. Who's the chairman of the BAIC? Mr. Pickstock. So in my view, we had $15 million. They turn around, they sell 130 acres of crown land in Andres for this $80 million egg venture that falls under his preview. I don't see no amount of egg or no results from his leadership yet, in my view. And then I went over the fiscal report, the Ministry of Finance. They released the procurement contract issued, and to my surprise, one of the biggest contract issued during the August period was to the Golden Yoke project, $397,372.80. So we almost would have invested almost well into $20 million into this project under this candidate to be leadership. And to me, I haven't seen any results. So I can't trust his leadership, in my view, and I can't trust this government with nothing that they say.
So if you don't want people to vote for him, who are they to vote for?
Well, Brian Brown. That's the man who's been...
So he should be in the race then. He should be in the race then.
He should be voting for him.
Right.
He should be in the race. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Listen, we have a very short time. I would like to speak to the people of Golden Isles. Listen, Vaughn Miller has been the representative for about 9 years. One term under the F&M, one term under the PLP. Do you know that the people, the two governments disrespected Vaughn Miller? And I'll tell you why they disrespected Vaughn Miller. He tried so hard to build roads and pave roads in his constituency. They did not listen to that man. And now that a by-election is coming up, what is the PLP doing with their modus operandi? They're pouncing down on Golden Isles, trying to pave as many roads as they can. Golden Isles, which camera I should look into? Golden, which one? Golden Isles, listen here. Do not be fooled this time. They do this every time. I was in West End in the other by-election. They came there and they did the same thing. They try to buy the people out. They promise all kind of, they're going to do the dock, they're going to do the police station, they're going to do all kind of the park. And when they left, 80 to 90% of those promises are still unfulfilled. This is their modus operandi. The PLP just come in with all the cabinet and everything, and they just pounce down. And I'm telling to Golden Isles, just be careful this time. Vote for change. Vote for Brian Roll. He lives there. He understands what you need, and we're going to make it right.
You know, your lead even say Brian Brown, right? You know, that's the man.
Brian Roll.
That's a good point. It's very close. Roll and Brown.
Get the right Brian. Well, you are, bud. You will be good.
What do you say, Kyle? Just say this. There's a lot of mix-up with the Bryans and Golden Isles. So I'm going to encourage residents of Golden Isles, look for the hand. Let's pick stock. You ain't worried about no matter Brian.
Say real quick before we go. The outcome of this election, will this have any kind of impact, would you believe, in the general election? Do you believe the outcome of this election?
Yes.
What do you say? Let's real quick. Do you believe? Because a lot of people say, well, you know, the outcome of this is going to set, it's going to determine, it'll send a message. You said what?
I said yes. I think it'll set the temperature moving forward, and so that's why Golden Isles, you have a perfect opportunity.
I agree.
To show them better than you could tell them.
My Lord. Well, as a third party, Clint, the Bahamas Constitution Party is sitting out of the by-election, but we are watching it very closely. First of all, the PLP. The Prime Minister said, we need the seat. Now, the question is, what did you do with the 32? We lost our brother Vaughan, unfortunately. But what are you doing with the seats that you have? You're saying you need this particular seat now. So what have you done? And all around the country, you're going to get more of the same if you vote for the PLP. In terms of the FNM, it will be a very devastating situation if the FNM does not win the seat. Because again...
Why do you say that?
Well, it's going to reflect on how the people feel about the FNM, whether they think it's an option. So Golden Isles has the first voice going forward. Do they have any confidence in the leadership of a Michael Pintard? Because they're not only voting for...
Do you believe that maybe that may be why he's stalling? He's trying to weigh his options and see whether to put it in the race or not?
I believe so. If he does not run in the by-election in terms of the FNM, then you sort of hold your cards close to your chest. But you show your hand if you run in this by-election and you send a message around the nation. If they lose, then it will be a vote of no confidence.
Let me say this, Brother Clinton. I want to talk to the people of Golden Isles.
You better talk a lot.
A vote for Brian Brown is a vote for the devastating leadership of Michael T. Pintard, a leader that is disrespectful towards women, a leader that writes in his book that you should attack women and children, smear campaigns.
Better proof. I need to see that. Pull the page. Don't tell me what you feel. Pull the page.
A vote for Brian Brown is a vote for a leader who has no care.
Pull your page.
For the Bahamian people. Well, I don't care.
And we talking about a two-time member of parliament in Marco City, which was not a government in the FMC. A two-time member of parliament. So they still be like to attack his cabinet. Obviously, he's doing enough work.
Y'all had enough time.
So
the strongest third-party option, let me see. Y'all have all of the media attention. The FNM and PLP, y'all have all the media attention. The COI is the, I would say right now, I have to say the strongest third-party option. The Bahamas Constitution Party is watching the COI. Because if, right now, you got to look at the polls. You hear me keep mentioning the polls. The FNM should not be anywhere close to the COI. And early polls are showing that the COI is rivaling at least the FNM. And that should not be. Let's not get the...
So Carlos making reference to a quote in the book.
Let's get the quote.
He's making a lot of sense.
Yeah. It says it's things to do. This is one of the points in the things to do, and it says attack the wife or children of your opponent.
Okay.
So
now,
there are people to link any defects they may have to your opponent.
Okay.
Ask insinuating questions like, do you think it's in the genes? Could you see her as the first lady of our country? Do you think they will run the country the way they run their family?
My God. Your leader wrote that.
Pintard wrote that.
Your leader wrote this.
Hold on, one last observation. One last observation. Hold on. Not the antics now. Hold on. 1 minute. Because we off the air, basically. Let me just say this.
Go ahead.
The way that the FNM has treated, I know we're talking about Golden Isles, right? But look at the attitude towards the Dr. Hubert Minnis. Look at the attitude of the FNM towards your own generals and senior members. It's poor.
What attitude? What attitude?
You remember what attitude?
Which attitude is
during Dorian?
My God.
Which attitude?
Dr. Minnis did not ask for the help of former Prime Ministers Perry Christie or Hubert Ingram. That's devastating. That is poor leadership. And I'm saying...
But how you say... But
no, hold on. Let me finish the point.
You said he didn't ask, but you said look at the attitude of the leadership now.
The same attitude as Mr. Pintard. The same attitude that Dr. Minnis had towards Mr. Hubert Ingram. It's the same attitude Mr. Pintard has towards Dr. Hubert Minnis.
I respectfully disagree.
How could you disagree?
I disagree.
Did you see the photograph of the handshake that Mr. Pintard offered to Dr. Minnis, and he did that? Did you see that photograph?
They was having a discussion.
I'll leave my point.
That was a discussion.
Let's pull it in. Let's pull it in. Shake hands.
Okay.
That was a discussion.
Now you'll need to get it together, man.
That's your view. I respectfully disagree.
Understood.
Okay. So the bottom line is it lays a balance. Friday will be the day, and you will see whether or not we will have a surprise candidate. Could be any independent person who will show up and decide they want to run in the race, or whether we'll have the three main parties we know about contest in that race, or if somebody doesn't contest. It'll be interesting to see how this runoff goes, and of course, what will happen with the people of Golden Isles. A lot of them some 7,000 people, I understand, in that constituency.
7,000, over 7,000.
And like I tell people, who's going to vote in this by-election most likely will not be who votes in the general election, because we expect those boundaries to be cut and the constituency to be a whole different constituency.
Yes. And some people be able to register too.
Because more people be able to register.
Yeah.
So again, those are factors that people have to consider based on the outcome. It doesn't directly mean that's what's going to happen again.
Yes.
Because a lot of dynamics are going to change. It may, somebody who wins may inspire people who didn't vote to come out and vote the next time and change the results. So I think it'll be interesting what happens, but no doubt it'll give so many bragging rights going into the elections.
Just before we close, I would like to admonish the media to be a little less biased in their reporting. I do have an opportunity to look at TV, read the newspapers, and I go on social media. I look at all three of them. And the mainstream media is always saying, come with us. We give you the correct reporting. You know, we have to have the right information. But when you go and read it, they're very biased. They only talk about red or yellow. They need to be more analytical. They need to be less hypocritical. And so please, I'm talking to the media, please, you know, don't show your hand and don't try to feel as if, you know, you're trying to protect the status quo, because we have to do what's best for the Bahamian people, the whole Bahamas, and not just the elites who feed your network with their ads and their donations.
Just before we close, Carl book that he like to run to. Anybody who get the politics book, he could see, yes, Michael Pindad is the author, and it's quoted right under Michael Pindad being the author. It stands as advised and as told by others. So he won't show that part, but
as advised and told by others, that's what it says.
I'm generalizing the words.
No.
But the book says, this is what he was informed, and this is as told. The story is mentioned by other people, so not directly from him. But as a creative, that's what he put in his book. So we like to run to that book. But he leave out that part that he got information from others to bring his book together.
You know something? I know we're supposed to be closing. Just quickly. Some of what is in this Some of the points in this book. Do you know that the Speaker of the House, Sister Patricia DeVoe, she had to sit up at one point and say, is it because I'm a woman? Some of the attitudes that's in this book?
I said,
that's my last point. That's my last point.
God is vicious towards me.
She asked, is it because I'm a woman? This is what she said on the floor.
I
apologize.
I can't let you call the opposition leader vicious.
I would leave that.
I'm sorry. I can't let you call the opposition leader vicious.
I don't know.
I won't let you call him vicious.
I rest.
I won't let you sit up with the Prime Minister like I did with the opposition leader. I won't call him vicious.
I'm glad he shows himself when they are very political. All he does is troll. All he does is troll. Just look at him. All he does is troll.
Listen, that doesn't put the rundown. Be sure to stay locked on the ZNS network. Bahamas tonight at 11. It's a final newscast in the country with the latest news and information with Corbell Piper for all of us here at ZNS. I'm Clint Watson. Don't mind them. I'm Clint Watson. Thanks for joining us. Good night, everybody. Good night.
At Fort Montague, I'm Opal Roach. This is ZNS.
Discovered as a diamond in the rough, Golden Girl Debbie Ferguson McKenzie returns home on a similar mission. Details ahead.
Don't overthink it. It's not that difficult.
In another return story, Teron Knowles shares a life-changing story. A legendary athlete succumbs to a lingering illness. And pickleball mania swinging into action. That and more in this edition of The Timeout, but first, this commercial break.
For every shape-up, after-school activity, unplanned home repair, and other day-to-day spending, there's Sand Dollar. Sand Dollar is a convenient way to send and receive money instantly. Sand Dollar is easy to use. It's safe and secure. Just like physical cash, Sand Dollar is issued by the Central Bank of the Bahamas. And best of all, there are no fees for individuals to send or receive funds. Download a Sand Dollar enabled digital wallet and enjoy the benefits of the digital Bahamian dollar. Spend it locally. Transfer it to and from a local bank account or convert it to and from physical cash. Learn more at www.sanddollar.bs.
Finalist at 100 and 200, Peerless Merlinotti, controversial, anchoring the Jamaican 4x1 team, fourth in the 100 meters. This is Christy Gaines in the blocks for the U.S.
And you have to like the Bahamas on paper. They had 3 finalists in the 100 meters and the silver medalist in the 200 meters in Poland.
41.96, the world champions stamp the authority on women's sprinting and win gold, following up on the world championship title last year. The Olympic crown is theirs as well. Debbie Ferguson shrugs up. A brave effort from Merlinotti. Marion Jones came flying at the end, but the glory to the Bahamas. Pauline Davis, Debbie Ferguson, Sebastiana Pines.
There was some doubt, Lance, about land for the Bahamas, but I assured my Bahamian friends that if they won the World Championship lineup, they'd go back to what was tried and true. Smooth changing by the Bahamian team. A bad baton pass from Merlinotti to Merlinotti from Bev McDonald, holding back the Jamaican team. But the Caribbean teams won 2. Marion Jones going for 5 goals will leave at least with 2 goals, a bronze and a silver. The Bahamians can celebrate. The world champion does it twice.
I still remember that day clearly where, you know, Marion had won the 200 and the 100 meter by landslide, and all she had to do was to be within reach of, you know, me being on the anchor leg close enough, and she would have run me down. But a lot of Bahamians don't realize that my grandmother had passed that Tuesday before I started competing in the individual events that Thursday, and I didn't sleep. I was stressed out mentally, physically. But I remember the relay coming, and I remember saying to myself, Debbie, you got to get it together. This is not about you. It's about the people of the Bahamas. And I remember saying to myself, if you mess this up, you cannot go home. And I said that to say that the people of the Bahamas gave us strength and that motivation to be able to realize that failure was not an option. And so we can look back at this now where we're trying to inspire the next generation of golden girls and golden knights. And yeah, it's been too long since 2000 that we've won a gold. In my humble opinion, we got to get that mark going again. We have 4 at 15. 4 at 15. So we're going to go at 15, walk back, and go. All right? Ready? Go.
Debbie Ferguson McKenzie's resume is as long as her strides as a sprinter. Well, in 2025, she returned home after a stellar coaching career in the United States. And an excerpt from an exclusive interview, she shared her thoughts on the state of Bahamian track and field.
I think it's awesome. I think I have to mention Devin. You know, Devin became a world record holder. And that's big for Bahamians at the end of the day to be a world record holder in anything. So I was so proud of that. You know, you have Shanae, of course, Stevie. I'm hoping Shanae will be able to get back to where she was. You know, they've definitely made us proud, but we want to be able to continue where every year, whether it's the Worlds or the Olympics, we have one athlete or one team that's on the podium, you know, where Bahamians could say, you know, wave that flag and we're proud.
Ferguson McKenzie says she also wants to help restore something she feels is missing.
Maybe I'm the one who hasn't been here, so I don't feel it, but I remember that time where they called it that indomitable spirit, like that feeling where Bahamian could conquer and do anything. And a little bit, I kind of feel like it's kind of missing. And we want to get back to that point where we can do anything. We can dream anything and make it happen. That's who we are. That's who we've always been. And so, got to be able to get that, ignite that feeling and bring that spirit back, and to let the kids know you can do anything. It's all possible. It starts with your mindset, and then your work ethic, and then be able to go from there.
Turning our attention to tennis. Recently, a youth tournament was held at the John McEnroe Tennis Center at Bahama. Sportscaster Eugene Shaw tells us the tourney's objective in this report.
The John McEnroe Tennis Center at Bahama served up the action this past weekend as nearly 40 juniors ages 7 through 18 competed in the Universal Tennis Rating. Organizers speaking out on the initiative.
What we wanted to do is provide more match opportunity for the kids, because at the moment I think they only have about 4 to 6 tournaments going on held by the BLTA, but they need much more match play than what they're getting. So we hope that this is the first of a long line of, a series of tournaments, UTR tournaments for them.
It's level-based and skill-based, so the more UTR matches you participate in verified event, the more points and rating, your rating goes up. So it's all about, like I said, match and development. That's what this is about.
Both Fountain and Donaldson also speaking out on keeping the sport of tennis alive.
Is match play, match play, match play. Even if you haven't been playing, get on the court, because the only way to learn how to play tennis is to participate in match play.
It's a healthy sport. It's a sport for life. It helps with health and wellness. Again, parents can do something with their kids. It's social, it's recreation, it's fun. So come out and support it. Come out and play. Come and check us out. We'll get you started, and we'll go from there.
On a somber note, the local sporting community mourning the death of Edworth Eddie Ford. Eddie was considered one of the country's greatest athletes, who hailed from one of the country's prominent sporting families. Here's Amajal Knowles with his sporting resume and death reaction.
Ford is considered one of, if not the most versatile athletes the country has ever seen. He's still a cricket player, widely recognized as the first Bahamian to score 100 points in a local basketball game. And his prowess on the baseball diamond was unmatched in the minors in the MLB, and then dominating on the local scene, winning the Triple Crown, then giving back to the game, serving for years as an umpire. San Soul sports team catching up with his younger brother Andy Ford and nephew Charlie Major at the family's homestead, who spoke about Eddie's legacy.
Well, Eddie, my brother Eddie, he's probably one of the greatest athletes, or the best athlete that ever hit this country. He was well gifted in every sport he played: baseball, softball, basketball, cricket. He's the only person that scored 100 points in basketball. And he was very talented, and he was such a gifted athlete and a gifted brother to us. He set the table for us, it was something that we should go at. He was always there to helpful with us. He's always there on the field with us. We played together, as we got older. He taught us a few things. He worked with us. And also, he's always a good family man. He's always around. He's always helpful around the place, around the house. And he was just such a joyful fella, and he loved Junkanoo just as much as he loved sports.
Well, like Andy said, everybody wanted to be like Eddie. Eddie, people say the Fords were this, but we got that persona playing sports because of Eddie. Eddie never wanted to lose, and that was in our genes. We go to win, and if we lose, we upset. And that's what it is. And, we can fight on the field, not off the field. We can, in the diamond. Eddie was one of the greatest athletes this country's ever produced. You played baseball, you played basketball, you played softball, one of the greatest cricketer. You understand? Fellas like Eddie Ford, unsung hero, has gone.
Also weighing in on Ford's passing would be the nation's chief, Prime Minister Honorable Philip Davis, saying in a statement he was saddened to hear of the passing of Eddie Ford. His name has long been spoken with respect in the country, and for good reason, adding that Eddie was an athlete of rare ability. He could step on to a baseball diamond, a basketball court, a cricket pitch, or softball field and make an immediate difference. Adding that Eddie's story is a part of the Bahamian story, show that greatness can come from our own neighborhoods, our own schools and from our own fields. Proved that a boy from the Bahamas could stand tall in any arena. His legacy is not only in the records he set or the titles that he earned, but in the generations of young athletes he inspired. Also offering his condolences on the passing of Ford would be the country's sports minister, Honorable Mario Bolek, releasing a statement today, adding that Ford was a true giant of Bahamian sport, similarly noting his accomplishments across several sporting disciplines, adding that beyond these achievements, he gave back selflessly to the sports he loved, serving as an umpire and, of course, mentor to younger athletes. His dedication, skill, and spirit ensured his influence would extend past his playing career, noting that Ford was inducted into the Bahamas Sports Hall of Fame in 2016, a lasting recognition of his extraordinary feats, adding that his legacy will live on for years, closing with him extending condolences to his family.
Some time ago, historian Raymond Wilson rewarded Eddie for his hoops accomplishment. Here's former ZNS sportscaster Julian Gibson with that feature.
For years now, Eddie Ford has been waiting on a photo of the 100-point basketball game. Well, on Sunday past, his dream came true.
It was just a basketball game at that time. And later on, it's something that's never happened again. They had some high scores, but never no 100 points.
I went for sake. I saw that picture and I freaked out over that because for so long I wanted something just to show the people that, that this 100 points was really a reality, and I was after Mr. Wilson for so long just to give me that picture, and he told me no, when the time is right, he's going to give it to me. And that picture, that's a national treasure.
So exactly where is Eddie going to place the photo?
I don't know, it may sleep in the bed with me, but I'm going to treasure that. I probably may put it in my room or I may put it in the front room, but I want it someplace that I can always look at it whenever I walk into a room, more like it would be in my bedroom.
His memory is clear as day when it comes to that 100-point basketball game.
On a Sunday afternoon, we had 7 players that day. I think it was myself, deceased Randy Ford, Anthony Boswick, and Jesse Ferguson, Skinner Albury, Cautious Roll, and Charlie Robbins. After the first half, I scored so many points. I think I had 58 points at halftime. And so at halftime, we got together, Bando and Benny Sitches, said, look, nobody has ever scored 100 points in a basketball game. And they said, Eddie, all you do is just shoot. Now, when I scored the 100 points, I wanted to score 102. I wanted to score more than Vin Chamberlain. And man, look here, they kicked me off the court. They tell me, you get your note off this court. You don't get your 100 points. Go sit down. The picture is me actually shooting the ball over a center guy who was but 6'6", shooting the ball over him, scoring 100 points. That's what makes it so unique.
The photo is a gift Eddie plans to cherish as long as he is alive.
Say goodbye to what we had. The good times that made us laugh, outweigh the bad. I thought we'd get to see forever, but forever is gone away. It's hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
Coming this fall.
She had brown hair. She didn't even have red hair.
The contract signed does not indicate anywhere that I am in charge of her hair color.
More courtroom drama.
She rented the 60 chair covers from me.
The event was for my Grammy for her birthday.
Yes.
And my Grammy don't even know 65 people.
On Justice with Judge Carroll, Fridays at 8 p.m. Real cases, real judgment. Judge Carroll always gets it right.
In fifth position, competitor number 13.
That's a clip from the 2025 BBWFF Nationals on a timely segue to lead the story in this segment. A local bodybuilder working his way back to pro ranks following a serious injury. Intern Swanson Gibson tells us more in this report.
Professional bodybuilder Teron Knowles recently made his International Fitness and Bodybuilding League debut in Miami, Florida, finishing third in the Masters 35 and up category. Knowles' accomplishment having added significance as this comes off the heels of devastating knee injuries. He discussed overcoming both physical and mental hurdles en route to this achievement.
Last year, February 2024, I suffered a bilateral tendon tear in both legs. Which entails me having to be bedridden for 8 weeks. Wheelchair, walker, cane, all of it, and definitely physio. Mentally, I could be honest with you, there were days that I gave up. Like I would have mentioned to you before, was basically distracting myself from noticing that I couldn't move. I literally couldn't move. I also want to give thanks to my mom, Kim Barnaby. She actually moved in. She actually did the things that no one wanted to do. And that really helped me and made me realize that she was always my rock to begin with. When I actually got called third, was like unbelievable because the hard work actually paid off. And even if I didn't place, to be honest with you, just to get back on that stage, there was a feeling that I really can't describe to anybody up to this day, because if it wasn't for the time, you would have seen my goosebumps if that's the case, right? But it was so fulfilling because knowing that it actually paid off.
Knowles also touched on the support given in preparation for his pro debut.
It was shout out to Mr. King, who came to me and he actually believed in me. And for him to come up to me and actually donate off his own, like it wasn't an ask, like it wasn't a, like, you know, some people say you have to coerce. I didn't at all. Like, he just believed in me and he did that. And to all my sponsors, I just want to give a big shout out, and especially to my coach, Lolita Riley, who sat me down, even though I was ready to quit. She sat me down and she believed in me when nobody else did. Thank God for the ability to, like I said, I'm not repetitive about God, but like, that's my relationship, right? And I just want to shout out also Life Worship Center, my church, my pastor, Denzel Roll, because these are the people that assisted me along the way.
A story of immense challenges, but even greater resilience.
Pickleball is a sport that's been gaining traction globally and has caught the eyes of many locals. Training lessons are being provided by the Pickleball Federation members.
It's a growing sport, and, you know, I feel for sure, and we all could say the same, that, you know, it's something that's worth us as a country being a part of and staying up with the times. So it's good that we come together and share what pickleball has to offer and how fun it is. And also, you know, here at our home in Blue Hill Sporting Complex, you know, just letting the community know that, you know, we're looking to have our own courts as we do already, and looking to enhance it and make it better. And so people know that, you know, we want to create a family for the pickleball community. We're working on the basics here today, where, you know, people are learning the kitchen, not to put their foot in the kitchen if you're not volleying, the scoring system. Like, you know, it's a lot that goes on. Even though it's a very simple sport, you just want to make sure everyone is accurate with the rules, because, you know, we don't want them to just play with us here today. We would love to continue doing these things where, you know, we could have the community coming together and playing even without us, you know. So with that being said, we have to make sure everybody understands and know the importance of the rules and the shots that it takes to have fun in pickleball.
It's kind of a spin-off between tennis and table tennis, okay? Just that it's a little bit easier to pick up, okay? You have to have discipline, obviously. It does require a lot of patience and dedication. It's the fastest growing sport right now in the world. I would say it ranges between the ages of like 6 to 60, 70, right? So it's more of a social sport. It's more of a sport where if you want to just grab some friends and probably grab a drink and maybe a combination of both, you could do that. It is something that kids could pick up very quickly, as well as adults. So it's also a good skill to have in case you probably want to take it serious or just want to be a recreational player.
Members of the group also sharing their experience and health benefits they've gained from the rapidly growing sport.
I've had lots of fun with this in recent weeks. A friend of mine invited us to a social and they played pickleball. And my wife and I, we've been out here, we've been playing at least once a week. We try to get out once a week. It is a good bit of cardio, right? It is, I want to say, to me, a little less taxing than tennis can be. The court is a bit smaller, things like that, but you do get a good sweat every single time. And yeah, we just enjoy getting out and trying to stay healthy.
At my age, it's keeping me in shape. It's a lot of camaraderie, and I love the competition. I try not to play too much. I want to play every day, but I'm scared of getting too much injuries, so I try to play at least 2 to 3 times a week.
I played a couple times just for fun, so I'd come out and do a clinic and get to know the rules so I can play a little bit better. I used to play tennis, and what I've noticed, the pickleball is a little lighter on the joints. The courts are smaller, so it's easier to move about. I had a bad knee injury playing tennis, so this is a way for me to get back to racket sports.
Pickleball seems to be a great way to get and stay fit. On that note, it's time for the fitness tip.
Hi, Time Out fans. I am Shaquelle Reckley, aka Quelly the Body, here at Empire Fitness Gym. Here's how to improve your stability with a simple deadlift. Walking under the bar, you're gonna bend down. Your arms should be shoulder width apart, just behind the leg. Stand up. With a slight bend in the knee, you will slowly go down, ensuring that your chin is down, right midway in the shank, and stand right back up, squeezing the glutes. Simple 10 reps, 3 sections of this, and your glutes should be fired up. I hope that helps with your 2025 fitness goals. And remember to be your own body goals. Until next time, stay fit.
Well, that brings us to the end of another show. Trust you enjoyed it. I'm your host, Charles Fisher. Until the next edition, time out.
And Lyford Key, I'm Tanya Smith Cartwright. This is ZNS.